Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. Happy Fog Day. Welcome to welcome to London or Sacramento. Thank you, Commissioner. Welcome to the Commission of Behavioral Health. My name is Al Roulette, and I have the pleasure of serving as the chair of the commission. Today is the first day of our two-day meeting. We will adjourn today at 4:00 p.m. and reconvene tomorrow right here at 9 a.m. for another meeting. Thank you all for being here. We will now take roll and establish quorum. Please note that under the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act, any commissioners who are participating remotely must keep their cameras on at all times and will be asked during roll call to discuss if they have any other adults or over the age of 18 in the room with them. Sandra, and to establish those relationships. Sandra, please take the roll.
Commissioner Alvarez, marking absent. Commissioner Baer, marking absent. Commissioner Burnick.
Right here, and I have no one else in the room.
Thank you. Commissioner Bontrager, marking absent. Commissioner Brown. Here. Commissioner Bunch. Here. Commissioner Callan.
Here.
Commissioner Carnevale, marking absent. Commissioner Contreras. Here. Commissioner Designee Swartz. Here. Commissioner Cross. Here. Commissioner Fairweather. Here. Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Gordon.
Here.
Commissioner Designee Pulmano. Here. Commissioner Hill, marking absent. Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Here.
Commissioner Mitchell. Here. Commissioner Robinson.
Present.
Commissioner Southard, marking absent. Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Present, and I have a 6-month-old here with me.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Sy, marking absent. Commissioner Wilkes.
Present.
Commissioner Chambers.
Present.
Chair Roulette.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Sandra. I also want to note that one of my favorite people online is with Commissioner Thomas Beckett. Today's meeting will take place over 2 days. Today, we will adjourn again at 4 p.m. We will reconvene in this very room, thank you, Commissioners, tomorrow, January 23rd at 9 a.m., and we will adjourn tomorrow at 1 p.m. In line with our transparency efforts, we continue to provide brief updates on recent contract amendments during all committee and commission meeting announcements. For informational purposes only, please note that contract amendments are negotiated between the commission and the contractor and must be mutually agreed upon. This month, we have 6 amendments to report and update to six of the Commission's advocacy contracts. The amendments to each of these contracts includes work with the Behavioral Health Services Act's priority populations. Amending our advocacy contracts aligns this commission and our grantees with the BHSA. This month, we also have 6 new contracts under $100,000, which have been executed under designated authority and included in a PowerPoint presentation at each of the relevant December 2025, I'm thinking about Christmas already, December 2025 CBH committee meetings. The contracts are for the California Department of Military for $50,580 for an IT audit, S&P Technology Solutions for $48,677 for cornerstone training, software for staff and commissioners. One Mind for $65,000 to convene California leaders to shape a comprehensive program to support workforce mental health. California School-Based Health Alliance for $25,000 for scholarships to their annual School Health Behavioral Health Conference this year. University of California, San Francisco for $175,000 for an interagency agreement for full service partnership evaluation. and leading resources for $96,250 to facilitate an update to our strategic plan. We also have 6 contracts that have been amended. Each of these is an advocacy contract that has been amended to include work with Behavioral Health Services Act priority populations. These contracts are for NAMI, the National Alliance of Mental Illness, Cal Voices, Mental Health America of California, I don't know why I'm stumbling on that, CAVASA, the California Association of Veterans Service Agencies, CPAN, the California Pan Ethnic Health Network, and United Parents. I'm also excited to announce that the Commission will soon launch its new Community Planning Process Toolkit. An overview of the Behavioral Health Services Act and its new planning process requirements is included in this toolkit. It's a glossary and worksheets for organizing your comments. We hope that this toolkit empowers members of the public to participate. We especially want to thank all the people who helped us to put it together, from the people at our fellow state agencies to those working at community-based organizations and county behavioral health departments. We are grateful for your participation and attending our 2 listening sessions. We will also be publishing the toolkit on the website, making it easily accessible from the homepage. Once it's available, we will share updates through email, social media, and provide it to our advocacy partners to help them activate and advocate in their networks. Next, I'd like to welcome Melissa Martin Millard, and I think Melissa's here somewhere. Yes. And Lauren Quintero to introduce new staff joining research, evaluation, and program operations, the program operations team and the administrative services team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair Roulette. So I'm very pleased to announce that we have 3 new staff that are coming on board our research evaluation and programs team. First, we have Carrie Green, who's in the room with us. Carrie is our Staff Services Manager 3, or an Assistant Deputy Director, overseeing our much of our grants portfolio, including Behavioral Health Wellness Act, the Behavioral Health Student Services Act, and the Innovation Partnership Fund upcoming. Carrie has lots of experience working in county and federal government, and a ton of experience managing and overseeing large grant portfolios. So we're really excited to bring Carrie on board. Our next staff is Christina Cruz, who is a health program specialist 2. Christina comes to us with a great deal of experience in California state government, most recently at California Department of Public Health. She also has a great deal of experience managing and monitoring grants, and will be supporting Carrie's team with the grant portfolios under her purview. And then lastly, we have Christina Valdez, who is a health program specialist 1. Christina Valdez will be supporting Lindy Lane's team, which supports the Behavioral Health Student Services Act. Christina has also lots of experience working in government, most recently for city and county levels in Colorado. She has experience managing grants, and we're really excited that all 3 of these staff are really poised to support the Commission's grant making and grant portfolio activities. So thank you.
Welcome to the Commission, Carrie, Christina, and Christina. I appreciate you being here, and I want to say welcome. I also want to pause and say a bit of chair and vice chair. We both thank you all commissioners for being here promptly on time at 9 o'clock. Give yourselves a huge round of applause. The public and the chair and vice chair appreciates us being able to establish quorum very quickly today. We have a lot of work ahead of us the next 2 days, so thank you. That concludes our announcements for this morning. We will now move to our caring moment. And certainly, without any ado, for me, Commissioner Dave Gordon is going to do our caring moment. And Brenda, I look forward to the day we will actually be doing a caring moment about Dave and his many years, his decades of commitment to the people and children in California, Sacramento County, all the contiguous counties, and quite frankly, being a leader in public education throughout the country. Dave, to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to take this time to recognize another win regarding the Commission's work in the youth behavioral health space. Back in October, the Commission's community engagement team traveled to Fresno. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll start over. I'd like to take this time to recognize another win regarding the Commission's work in the youth behavioral health space. Back in October, the Commission's community engagement team traveled to Fresno and Riverside with one of our 2 K-12 advocacy grantees, Jakara Movement, for their Vibe Check conferences. For those who might be unfamiliar with Jakara Movement, they are a grassroots community building organization that works to empower marginalized communities to advance their health, education, social, and community power. Specifically, their work with the Commission has aimed to foster a peer-to-peer connection amongst youth through in-person events that prioritize community, mental health, and wellness resources. During the Vibe, during the Vibe Check conferences, youth retreated to an opening rap battle and dance-off that set the vibe and cultivated a space for the conference attendees to interact and connect over a shared interest. Following this, participants engaged with local experts in the behavioral health space who were on hand to present valuable college, career, and health resources. Commission staff assisted with facilitating breakout sessions that were another highlight of the conference, providing the attendees with a safe, welcoming space to connect with one another and discuss their behavioral health journey through a culturally responsible lens. The events wrapped up with a keynote speech from former NBA star Metta World Peace, who has battled behavioral health challenges throughout his life, focused his time on speaking to the importance of wellness and prioritizing mental health. I think it's important to highlight that in an era that is defined by using smartphones and other devices, these events are bringing together youth to truly foster a real connection. During the event, an attendee shared that they don't talk about mental health in school or at home, and that it was nice to be able to do so at this conference. In a post-conference survey, attendees expressed increased comfort in discussing mental health topics with friends, family, or teachers after attending the conference. These conferences are funded through our K-12 advocacy program and focus on innovative ways to engage students from underserved and marginalized communities. To date, over 700 kids have attended the conferences. I look forward to attending the final conference this spring in Oakland and seeing the Commission's partnership with Jakara Movement continue to show the power of the Commission's advocacy contracts in laying the groundwork for wellness at the grassroots level. And now I'd like to go off script for just a moment and talk to you about something that happened in my organization recently, which I have committed myself to talk about so people understand what is going on here in California. The Friday before Thanksgiving, one of our employees was scooped up by ICE. She got in her car to come to work at our offices, and she was told, "Get out of your car or we'll break the window." She got out of the car, was put in an unmarked vehicle, and brought to a place where she was transferred to an ICE vehicle. They took her phone but they didn't notice her Apple Watch. So she was able to call her supervisor, who had been one of her mentors for the 8 years that she's worked in our organization. She's an immigrant from Russia who's been in the country for over 20 years. We helped get her an immigration attorney, and I immediately sent my chief counsel down to the ICE office on Capitol Mall. She got there a little before noon and was told that it's lunch hour, come back at 1:30. She came back at 1:30 and was told we only talk to her husband or her attorney. Fortunately, the attorney was able to immediately file a writ to have her released, but she was taken the Friday before Thanksgiving. She was only released the Wednesday after Thanksgiving. From Sacramento, she was sent to a private prison that had been set up for this purpose in the Bakersfield, somewhere in the Bakersfield area. She reported to us that in the course of her being captive down there, the persons of color in the group, she is white. The persons of color in the group were purposefully treated very, very poorly compared to the white captives. She is now back, but is afraid to stay in her own home because that's the place she was captured from. And this is a person who, after she was returned, she was called down to the ICE office again for a check-in, as it was called. I asked my chief counsel to accompany her there, and fortunately, in our community, there's a group of volunteers that monitor all of the ins and outs into the ICE office, and they check on people who don't reappear. When my chief counsel went in the waiting room for her to have her appointment, she said the tension in the room was palpable. The fear and the tension in the room was palpable. This has worked out all right for my employee, but these kinds of tactics are something I've never thought I'd see in America. I'm an old guy, as you saw from the comments about me. I'm an old guy now, and I grew up in an era. I was adopted into a very large Jewish family. So I heard all of the stories of Germany. And what's going on now to me is frightening, and I'm very impressed and honored by the resistance that's building around this, because in the current climate, to me, this is exactly what's needed. So again, I wanted to share that story simply because, for me, the issues were real, but they weren't personal. And until you see something that happened to a person who has done nothing but add value to our culture, to our community, to our economy, it didn't hit me what madness we're involved in now. So anyway, I appreciate your giving me that grace to tell that story. Thank you.
I certainly wanted to acknowledge, Dave told me that story some time ago at the conclusion of last year at our last commission meeting. And certainly any references to that time in the history of Germany are so gut-wrenching that it causes you to pause because you want to make sure that your applause is for freedom, the freedom to be able to tell the story that you just told, Dave, with candor and truth. But you also pause because you're saddened by some of the things that are happening. And I don't want to imply that this is reflective of any particular notion or idea about politics, but it is incumbent upon us who love the freedom that our nation provides for all of us to be wary and watchful that we have a great Constitution and we have imperfect people who continue to advance it. And so as part of that, I think that I have a responsibility to make sure that you hear all the stories, some of them very, very challenging and difficult to hear, but also the opportunities that we all have to advocate. Because, as again, one of my favorite notions about that period, it is a story that is associated with being silent, and that a person said, I kept silent and I didn't say anything until they came for me, and I realized that there was no one left to speak up for me. We cannot keep silent. Thank you, Dave. All right, on that note, we will now move to agenda item 3, the Executive Director's Report and Update. And again, this is a new item on our agenda. I invite commissioners to lean in and to invite, certainly Brenda invites questions, as she always does, but without further, anything else from me, to you, Brenda.
Thank you so much, Chair and Commissioner Gordon, for that story. I think also just a few more moments just to reflect on that is just, first thing I'm thinking is how terrifying that is. And second, in terms of, that individual having the resources that others don't have. And just also how this, even before this, how this plays out in our communities, especially our marginalized communities, every day, even before this started happening. So, and I think the work of this commission is so crucial to supporting and lifting up the behavioral health needs, because that's what I hear out of this too, is how much, fear this is all going to cause, and all the mental health and potential substance use that, conditions that can result, just trying to cope and really trying to think about how we can get in front of this and have healthy ways to really help support our community members. So very important for.
Thank you for saying that, and it is indeed. Thank you for letting me interrupt. I just want to underscore what Brenda said and the importance of that. I did, Brenda, forget one administrative thing. I want to acknowledge for the record that Commissioner Bontrager and Commissioner Sy are here for the record.
Thank you. Okay, so turning to the Executive Director's Report, as Chair Rowlett mentioned, it's a new standing item that we'll have on the agenda moving forward. So for this first one, I did the report so that it's the first 8 months that I was here, so it covers quite a period of time. I know it's going to be a longer one, so and I think it'll really just attest to all the work that's being done in this commission. So, but moving forward, I'll just cover the couple months between our bi-monthly meetings. So, and it's something that we can kind of tailor. And if you want to hear different things, I'm very happy to update this to respond to the needs of what the information you guys would like to hear. So first off, I would just like to say that none of this is possible without all of the commissioners, our commission staff team. We have quite a few contractors who are doing so much work, and our stakeholders. It is a village commission, so we really work hard all together to make this happen. Even as I was going through these items when I was preparing this update, I just was thinking of, for each of these items, how many people is involved in bringing all of this to life. So we just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. So I'll go through each of kind of the accomplishments that I've identified over the last 8 months. In terms of our strategic priorities and our committee implementation, as the chair mentioned a moment ago, we have commissioned a contractor, Leading Resources Incorporated, to help us with our strategic plan update. I know we've been talking about that at the last few commission meetings that I've been a part of here, and even in our committee meetings. So Really excited to get that work underway. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow on our agenda. And we'll also be asking the Commission to establish a time-limited strategic plan advisory committee so we can get that work done. It's going to be a sprint to get this done because we have a lot of work to do and it'll really help us set our priorities. We've launched our new committees. We've got several new committees that we've got underway and they've met several times. So we've accomplished that. And then, of course, who could forget that $20 million right when I first started on the Mental Health Wellness Act funds, getting that restored. That was a big win right out of the gate as I got here. So, again, couldn't do that without everybody here and all of our partners and stakeholders. With regard to our commission projects, and we do have a lot of them, this commission has a lot of projects. In particular, we worked on really hard on the Innovation Partnership Fund. So again, that's our new fund, our new project for up to a maximum of $20 million over the next 5 years. We held 3 stakeholder listening engagement sessions and 3 committee meetings that resulted in the development of the IPF framework, which the Commission adopted last November. And so that was really an exciting moment. And then what we'll be talking about later today is the request for proposal outline. And we'll be looking for a vote from the Commission so that we can keep that project moving forward. We've got a BHSA community partner stakeholder engagement toolkit that we've worked on with Program 11, and a lot of our stakeholders have been involved in that as well. So really big shout out to everybody for all the work in that space so that we can really help our communities, support our communities as we embark on BHSA planning, not just for this year, but on the out years. And so this is a point of departure toolkit that is expected, or we're anticipating will evolve over time as more is learned. And then we've had about 4 competitive procurement processes in the last several months. Our Immigrants and Refugees Advocacy Contract or Grant, our Transition Aged Youth Grant, the Full Service Partnership Performance Management Technical Assistance Grant, and then our 0 to 5 Maternal Behavioral Health Initiative Technical Assistance Contract. So that's a lot of work. That's kind of highlights, and that's just the highlights. There's a lot more work going on. These are the highlights that the team has been working on over the last several months. Some of the work and some of the focus that I've had, a primary focus, is really leading our CBH staff team towards operational excellence to make sure that we're a high-functioning team with well-laid-out processes and a good infrastructure. So we've had several things happen in this space over the last several months. One of the really exciting things is the launch of our CBH Wellness in the Workplace work group that got established. To help really look at the emotional safety, inclusivity, and overall well-being of our CBH staff team. We just recently had a Commission staff engagement and well-being survey that just closed. And I'm looking forward to working with that work group because they will be advising me on ways that we could make improvements and just really figure out how best to support the overall wellness of our team. We also, I'll just say, we have our Working Well report that the Commission produced, and there's a lot of great info in that. And so that work group is also going to be taking that into account so that we can kind of walk our own talk with our with the work we've done in this space. We've also worked to develop and disseminate a clear employee grievance escalation process. That was something that had come up quite a few times, so got that taken care of, disseminated to all of our team members. We hold monthly CBH all-staff team meetings where we can celebrate team accomplishments, get information out to the team, and highlight our current CBH work efforts. Our vacancy rate's been pretty consistent since I've been here. It's less than 10%, which is good. That's for our budgeted positions. So it's at about, it was 7% when I started, it's 9%, it went from 4 to 5 vacant positions. We implemented leadership training that's also being provided by Leading Resources Incorporated. So I have LRI for my executive coach, which I've been appreciating. So appreciate the commissioners for that foresight there. And then also the LRI is providing leadership training to our full management team as well. And collectively, we're all, like I said, working to figure out how to operationalize improvements and streamline our workflows. We have for civil servants, we have mandated trainings that all team members are required to complete each year. So we've got almost all staff. We had one staff person who's a retired annuitant, but other than that, all staff completed the required training by the end of 2025. I mandated that all CBH managers, I mandated back in August 2025, that all of our CBH managers complete the violence prevention in the workplace training. Within 3 months, we got 98% completed. We got one more person who has to finish it because there were only so many training slots available. So they'll be finishing that this month or in February. We've also been working, we've recruited our dedicated leadership for the CBH Grants and Contracts Development and Monitoring team. We met one of them earlier today, which is our very own Ms. Carrie Green, who's going to be leading that team to be able to really strengthen our oversight and monitoring of our grant projects and development of them. Also engaged the Department of Technology to help us with our information technology infrastructure. As you guys know, we had a little internet snafu that happened in October. So short after that, we reached out to CDT to help us, and they're providing us with guidance so that we can make sure that our IT infrastructure meets our operational needs. And then a really fun project, you may have heard of it in the paper, but the state government, California state government, has an AI called Poppy. So we are one of the organizations that are piloting Poppy. So it's kind of like a chat GPT. It's got lots of different functionality. It's tailored to state service. And so the team has started working on that, or working to try to pilot that as well for the state. With regard to our budget, we're on track with our spending time plan with our current allocations. We're on track to spend all of our allocations or allocated funds within the fiscal year. As we learn more things, we will bring it up in front of the commission if there's anything that we learn about where we might have unspent funds and we can do other work with it. We'll bring that into the commissioners for consideration. But right now, we're on track with everything that we have allocated. We're actively monitoring the fiscal year 26-27 budget negotiations, and then for the for the 26-27 budget year coming up. So we'll have a little presentation from Lauren Quintero a little later on that. And also in our Budget and Fiscal Advisory Committee, we launched the grants and contracts expenditure list. So you can see all of our grants and contracts online, as well as how our progress in expending those funds on those grants and contracts. And we just launched a new CBH projects financial overview Tableau dashboard, so you can see a visual representation of all of our grants. In terms of commissioner, system partner, and stakeholder collaboration and engagement, so I meet regularly with the chair and co-chair, continuing to keep our work flowing. I've met with our commissioners for onboarding and have quarterly meetings set up on calendars so that we can stay connected, even outside of our commission meetings. I want to get a finger on the pulse as people are working and like what's the latest and greatest, so we're incorporating that into our work. And also improving our processes here as a commission staff team that supports the commission. I'm continuing to meet with key system partners at our Health and Human Services Agency and then the state departments within the agency. Also maintaining regular engagement with a lot of systems. I really enjoy meeting with a lot of system partners because I learn so much every time I meet with everybody. And there's a lot going on right now, and I feel like staying on top of everything in the behavioral health space is just the more I talk to folks, the more I feel like I'm staying up. So I've listed a lot of folks on the executive director's report that I'm meeting with, and always open to meeting with more folks to make sure that we're staying broad in our perspective. Also, we work to organize and compile feedback from commissioners and the CBH staff team on the CDPH POP-based Phase 1 and Phase 2 prevention work. So appreciate everybody who weighed in on that so that we could help our folks at CDPH. And we'll be hearing a little bit from them tomorrow during the prevention panel. And just so you guys know, I sit on a couple of the DHCS groups, their Behavioral Health Transformation Implementation Stakeholder Work Group and their BHT Quality and Equity Advisory Committee. And then I also sit on the Health and Human Services Behavioral Health Task Force, which just met yesterday. Great meeting. If anyone wants a recap and a finger on the pulse, there was a great Health and Human Services Agency panel yesterday that gave the latest updates happening across all those departments. And I think that webinar will be posted within the next few days. And then I also sit on the CARE Act Working Group. And then just I have several presentations and conferences and convenings that I've been fortunate to be a part of, either sharing the work that we do here at the Commission to really network so that other folks know what we're doing. Also helps me to network to get information to take back. And then also got to attend the November Cal Youth Tour, shining a light on youth homelessness from Commissioner Wilkes. And so appreciate that opportunity to see what's happening multi-sector as well. So, and then in terms of upcoming priorities in the next 60 days, so the next couple of months until we meet again in March, we're going to just continue tracking those budget conversations, monitoring the legislative priorities, and of course we have our own. And then I think a big sprint, like I said, we'll be doing is that strategic plan update. So, and just in terms of risks and challenges and mitigation strategies, a couple risks is the budget. We just don't know what's going to happen. I think we didn't see a whole lot in terms of the governor's budget that came out in terms of cuts. So I think the administration's kind of waiting to see what's happening with different pieces in the landscape. And so I think it's that May revision that we'll be keeping an eye out for, which is next up in May. And then, in the meantime, we'll make sure that we're proactively engaging with our legislative team members, two of whom we have with us today, and then also with the administration, just to try to keep that information networking. And then the other piece is the two CBH executive vacancies we have. We have a chief deputy that we're recruiting for that just closed. So those applications will be being scored and we'll be doing interviews. And then we currently have a CEAB, which is our deputy director for our research, evaluation, and programs that is also just been posted a couple weeks ago. So that's a lot. You guys have done, I've done a lot, you guys have done a lot, our team, everybody's done a lot, we continue to do a lot. It just shows there's a great need for all of this, and I'm very proud to be working alongside all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Any questions from commissioners?
First of all, super terrific. So much, just really wonderful stuff that you're doing. As the veteran advocate seat, it's my job to encourage you to, I noticed all the agencies, Commission on Aging, which is super great too. I work in the aging field as well, to talk to CalVet. Yeah. And that's it. That's my veteran advocacy statement.
Well done. Well done. Any other questions from commissioners?
Chair, this is Mike Burnick. I just want to add, I've appointed a number of people to speak with Brenda. She's been great. She gets back to everyone. She'll speak to everyone. She reaches out completely. Exactly what we need. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Burnick. Any other comments from commissioners? All right. I'd also like to acknowledge that I believe Commissioner Southard has joined us. He was online, I thought. Okay. Yeah, there he is, Commissioner Southard. All right. All right, Mariani, we will now transition to public comment regarding the Executive Director's report.
Thank you, Chair. If you'd like live meeting transcription or closed captioning, please activate the closed captioning feature located in the control bar at the top or bottom of your screen. If there are any members of the public using translation technology, please notify the chair so that we can be mindful. You may request to make public comment by submitting a card, clicking the raise hand icon on your computer or the app, or if calling in by phone, push *9. Members of the public can also email us public comment to be shared at a future meeting at publiccomment@bhsoac.ca.gov. I will now go over public comment procedures. For members of the public in the room, if you have not already, please use one of the green public comment cards located at the front to indicate you would like to make comment on this item and any other agenda item. Cards can be given to staff located at the front table. When it is your turn to comment, I will call you to the podium or unmute your line and announce your name or the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Members of the public should be prepared to complete their comments within 3 minutes or less, depending on time constraints. We truly appreciate your understanding with this process. We will now hear in-room comments. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium to make comment. We currently have 2 in-room comments. Our first comment is from Joe. Yeah, general.
It's regarding the Executive Director's updated. Yes.
I'm so sorry. We do not have any public comment on this item. So got ahead of myself there.
Okay. Thank you, Mariani. Now we will transition to general public comment. And I'll go back to you, Amariani.
Thank you. Okay, so we heard public comment procedures. We have the two in room. First, Joe, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Joe Banyas, and I'm with Shatterproof, a national nonprofit focused on addiction. Among other things, we work with DHCS on Treatment Atlas, which is a free, confidential substance use treatment locator available to all Californians online. Before I begin, I want to extend a warm congratulations to our relatively new chair and vice chair on your new roles and look forward to more of your leadership on the commission. I also want to recognize Executive Director Brenda Grealish for her steady leadership of the growing team here. Lastly, also want to acknowledge the uncertainty and issues we continue to see at both the federal and state level and have great respect for the challenge this commission has ahead. Many of you may know that January is recognized as Substance Use Treatment Month. So it is an appropriate time to reflect on how we connect Californians to quality substance use care. You might agree that data can be the bridge between policy and person-centered results, and I'd like to share a few brief insights from the past year that may inform some of your work. In 2025, through treatmentatlas.org, the platform was utilized over 1.2 million times. That's a roughly 85% more usage compared to 2025, showing a significant and growing demand for transparent information on substance use treatment. Our data also reveals a hierarchy of needs. The top 3 substances for which California sought support for were alcohol, followed by opioids, and then stimulants. While the level of treatments ranged, the top recommended and searched levels of treatment included residential treatment. And while our users primarily use Treatment Atlas to search for substance use treatment, they aren't just looking for clinical help. They sought other support, including housing, transportation, and food assistance. So as you evaluate the proposals and policies before you this year, today, and the future, I hope some of these insights highlight the necessity of a holistic approach to recovery and opportunities for us to work together. So thank you for your dedication to the behavioral health of the Golden State, and I look forward to supporting your work throughout this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Our next public comment is from Stacy.
Good morning, Commissioner. Stacy Hiramoto with REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. A couple things. First, I would like to take this personal privilege to have you welcome my 2 MSW interns, Ash Wilhelm and Ash and Sarai Soto Talavera. Can you please stand and they have been going to a lot of your committee meetings, and they are really fabulous. They have so much experience, and they made the drive all the way from Oakland today to be here. And I want to thank Brenda, too, for I was so delighted when Brenda was named to be executive director, and she has not disappointed, and I really want to thank her for the exchange. But I actually really want to thank you, Commissioner Gordon, for bringing up something that really does have to do with mental health. And it's funny because when you were talking, I could tell because it's personal. And I don't talk about this a lot, but my parents and my grandparents and my family of that generation were interned, of course. We're actually starting to now call it being imprisoned during World War II for nothing but being Japanese. And it's funny because I didn't even hear until I was in my 20s about my grandfather, who was a community leader. And so Only a couple days after Pearl Harbor, the FBI came to our house. And it's funny, they lived in Lodi, this little dinky farm town, but they already knew that my grandfather was a community leader, and they took him away, and they didn't tell the family where they were taking him. They searched, they ransacked the house, but I didn't hear about this until my late 20s because my family was so traumatized. And the only way they found out where he was taken was because my aunt was the secretary in the city hall with the mayor, and so she called him. And they found out that he was taken, I think, to Stockton and then San Francisco and then to someplace in Texas. And then, of course, my whole family was interned. They were sent to Arkansas, and at least he was able to rejoin them in Arkansas. But it does have to do with mental health, but I thank you because it is really difficult when we shouldn't. I mean, these are very extraordinary times that we're in right now. And I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for acknowledging that, because it's true. One thing that is different, and there was a show, Rachel Maddow has a good show on this, the internment. But I'm very proud to be in this country because people are standing up. Unlike when my grandparents and parents were put in the concentration camps, there were only a few people that stood up. But because people like you and others are willing to stand up, things are different. Things are still terrible right now, but I am proud that people in this country are standing up. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Moving on to virtual comments, our next comment is from Laurel. Your line is open.
Good morning. This is Laurel Ben Hamida from Muslim American Society Social Services Foundation in Sacramento with a statewide reach, and REMCO. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you very much, Commissioner Gordon. We needed your story because there are some meetings going on now regarding Proposition 1, in which it seems like the meeting is being held on another planet. No mention at all is being made of what is happening on our streets and literally in our homes in this country. Thank you very much, and I hope the Commission will consider doing whatever it can to hear voices like yours, Stacy and Commissioner Gordon. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Our next comment is from Carly. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I just want to appreciate and acknowledge the previous comments that were made and really extend CBHA's gratitude. Oh, sorry. Carly Stelzer on behalf of the California Behavioral Health Association. Probably should have started there. Just really want to appreciate the comments that have been made and the acknowledgement for the things that are happening in the environment that folks are living in and experiencing, and just the genuine fears that our communities are facing. Really appreciate the comments from the commissioners and our colleagues over at REMCO. We also want to acknowledge the two-day meeting. We really appreciate the amount of time that we'll be able to spend on all the topics, and knowing that we won't have to worry about like losing quorum. And we know this is a huge lift for the commission staff and all of the commissioners to be here and dedicate this much time to really diving into all of these topics. And so we really appreciate the to experience that as a member of the public. Given the comments that were made about the things happening due to the federal administration and the environments being created by some of those policies, we want to continue to encourage the the commission to think creatively about how this body can fill some of the gaps and address issues outside of what's possible through state and federal programs. CBHA feels like the commission always does a really wonderful job of finding ways to fill in some of these essential gaps, and we just want to continue to encourage that as we see issues coming down further from the federal government and continuing to impact our communities. So thank you so much, and looking forward to today's meeting.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Beverly. Your line is open.
Hi, hello, good morning. I'm going to try to turn on my camera. I apologize. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Beverly James. I am from South Texas and McAllen, Texas. I now reside here in Roseville, California. I was previously homeless with my daughter in Sacramento, California. And the reason we came here to California is due to my domestic violence with my daughter's father. Unfortunately, he did make threats, and so we had to relocate safely here. I am making this public comment to advocate on behalf of people that I've met, not only here in Sacramento and in California, but also in Texas, but seeing how this community really needs to step up and stop relying on technology so heavily when it comes to making a diagnosis. And the reason I'm saying this is because even myself, I have gone to a doctor where I trusted them enough to open up about not only my trauma, but also things I've experienced. But unfortunately, they handed me a tablet, and I was shocked. I was honestly disappointed that I had to do a survey in order to not only get a diagnosis and get answers, but also to get their attention. And for me, that's not being a medical doctor, let alone someone that is a counselor or someone that you're trusting with this information. I personally, I understand as somebody that was born in the 1990s, I love that technology is advancing, but we are human beings. And beyond technology, we can better equip our communities by talking, by communicating, by listening to people, hearing them out, and truly not only, having a whole person approach to their medical care, but especially regarding their mental health. So I just want to encourage you all that while you may receive funding for AI or any sort of technology to use to diagnose individuals, remember, we are humans first. I can only imagine when you went to your schools, your universities, studying hard. Even if you used a computer, regardless, you studied yourself. You didn't use AI. You didn't rely on AI for your first patient. You used the knowledge that you learned firsthand. So I want to extend that encouragement. Please always have, as that gentleman said before, a holistic approach. When you speak to people, see them first as humans. Don't just see them as someone you can hand a tablet to or give a diagnosis to. I've seen plenty of veterans, unfortunately, have whole drawers of pills. And all the doctor said was, here you go, every time, and handed them a bottle every time. I've seen even youth that get diagnosed and they're handed pills, and all they did was, again, use a tablet. I pray that you're granted the wisdom and discernment to know that you are wise enough to diagnose and to take care of your communities. And I want to also encourage the research and advocacy side of your committee to please look into this, because even though technology may advance and help to, as they say, lighten the load, we still have that responsibility and to take accountability for each and every individual that it may fail. Thank you for your time, and God bless you.
Thank you, Bev. Our next comment is from Kim. Kim, you're still muted. There we go.
My name is Kim Stafford. I serve as chair of the Behavioral Health Board, County of Marin. I'm not speaking on anyone's behalf but my own. Um, I absolutely agree with Beverly 100%. If you want to set up a system for people with behavioral health issues or mental health issues, they have to be speaking to a psychiatrist from the county. You can't just have clinics that refer people to online services. People need to speak directly to people that are qualified. And I just urge the commission to consider, um, getting on board with this. You really need to. Thank you.
And our last comment is from Casey.
Thank you very much. Thank you for making the time today. I just want to take a quick moment to note my appreciation for the executive director's update. Executive Director Graylish had made time in early December to work with my organization, California Bridge, to speak at our virtual regional collaborative and inform the close to 200 attendees that we had on that project about the BHSA process and how they could be involved. It's something that we've been focusing on for a lot of 2025, and it was great to have her perspective and to kind of lay that out. So I want to second her availability, and we really appreciate that. And then just to the last couple of speakers, I couldn't agree more with what they were saying. And I think here at California Bridge, we're really looking to push rapid access to substance use disorder treatment and maintain that human-to-human connection, and very much trying to understand how best we can make use of technologies to connect the people and the individuals that have the tools and the resources and the community knowledge to provide access to care. So, while I'm excited to hear about the technological advancements that we're all making, I think maintaining that person-to-person contact is really critical to connecting an individual with care immediately when they need it in that moment. So, thank you all very much, and I look forward to the rest of the meeting.
Thank you. And then we got one more comment. This will be our last one so that we can maintain time. Is Monica? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Monica Zúñiga. I work in CDEPS for Latinx community, and I just want to acknowledge and appreciate the Commission for hearing us and for at least considering CDEPS as part of the Innovation Fund in a state and federal environment that is becoming more threatening for immigrants communities. Being heard truly matters. The most vulnerable and unserved communities are facing fear, instability, and growing barriers to care. Knowing that the Commission is listening and open to community-driven programs give us hope. Even this step shows respect for us, for the lives that we experience, and recognize the value of culturally rooted organizations serving the most vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. That was our last public comment.
Thank you, everyone, for your public comments, and thank you, commissioners. The vice chair and I commissioners want you to know that because we are already a little bit behind, but again, all important public comments, and again, comments from fellow Commissioner Gordon, we're going to skip your stretch break. Don't throw anything at the vice chair and I, but we want to try to make sure that we get as close to completing the entirety of our agenda today as possible. So thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5. That is the approval of the August 28th, 2025 and November 2025 meeting minutes. Just a reminder, at the November 2025 meeting, the commission decided to revise the minutes of our August meeting to include names of public commenters and additional detail on comments around the discussion of the Innovation Partnership Fund. That is why these meeting minutes are being considered again at this meeting. Also, as a reminder, We will have two separate motions and two separate votes for these minutes. I'd invite any commissioners to make comments or ask questions. See no comments or questions online or in the room. There, one question, yes.
Just confirming you're going to do them separately. Right?
Yes.
First August and November.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Munch.
Motion to approve.
All right, a motion to approve the first one. The motion to approve the August 28th, 2025. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped public comment. Let's move to public comment. Amariani?
We do not have any public comment.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Brenda. Now that public comment is closed, I would entertain we have a motion from Commissioner Brown. Do we have a second?
Second.
Brown and then
Callan?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Great. We have a motion and a second that the commission approve the August 28, 2025 commission meeting minutes. Commissioner Alvarez, marking absent. Commissioner Bear, marking absent. Commissioner Burnick, marking absent. Commissioner Bontrager,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Abstain.
Commissioner Bunch, Commissioner Callan,
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale, marking absent. Commissioner Contreras,
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Swartz, Commissioner Cross,
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather,
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon,
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Pomano, Commissioner Hill, marking absent. Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss,
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell, Commissioner Robinson, marking absent. Commissioner Southard,
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett,
Aye.
Commissioner Sy,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilkes,
Abstain.
Commissioner Chambers,
Aye.
Commissioner Roulette.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I will now entertain a motion that the commission approve the November 20, 2025 meeting minutes.
So moved.
I'll second.
Who moved
As Southard?
and who seconded? I apologize.
Madrigal Weiss.
Madrigal Weiss, thank you. We have a motion and a second that the commission approve the November 20th commission meeting minutes. Commissioner Alvarez, marking absent. Commissioner Bear, marking absent. Commissioner Burnick, marking absent. Commissioner Bontrager,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch, Commissioner Callan,
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale, marking absent. Commissioner Contreras,
Abstain.
Commissioner Designee Swartz,
Aye.
Commissioner Cross,
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather, Commissioner Fernandez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon,
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Pomano, Commissioner Hill, marking absent. Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss,
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell, Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Southard,
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett,
Aye.
Commissioner Sy,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilkes,
Abstain.
Commissioner Chambers,
Aye.
Commissioner Roulette.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Sandra. We will now move to Agenda Item 6. The consent calendar. This month's consent calendar includes 2 innovation proposals, the 2 intent to awards, and a contract amendment. All matters listed on the consent calendar are routine or non-controversial and can be acted upon in one motion. I'm going to be a bit expeditious here and say that we have 2 innovation proposals, and San Bernardino County requesting up to $2,889,845 for 3.5 years, and Tulare County requesting $456,440 for 2 years. Both of these innovation proposals align with BHSA. I'm going to move right to you now, Brenda.
Okay, great. And I will talk to you about, or speak on the two intent to awards. So the first intent to awards for our Mental Health Wellness Act grant on full service partnerships. On October 23rd, 2025, the Commission released its request for proposal, or RFP, to award up to $10 million for 3 years that would provide technical assistance in performance management to county behavioral health departments and their contracted FSP service providers. That application closed on December 2nd, 2025. We are announcing the Commission's intent to award a contract to the following organization: Third Sector Capital Partners. And if, Cody, if you wouldn't mind bringing up that slide, okay? Thank you. The second intent to award is for our Mental Health Wellness Act grant on maternal behavioral health and 0 to 5. On November 21st, 2025, the Commission released an RFP to award $1,601,000 for 3 years that would provide technical assistance to the other grantees of this grant. The application closed on December 31st, 2025. We are announcing the Commission's intent to award a contract to the following organization: Public Health Institute. Again, thank you so much for bringing up that slide. Back over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Brenda. Finally, we have one contract amendment. On December 16, 2025, the Budget and Finance Advisory Committee recommended the approval of a contract amendment for the contract 23 MHS OAC 020 with iBridge for $245,720. This amendment would extend the contract for 12 months to continue hosting and maintaining the Commission's data center infrastructure. An executive summary of this motion is available. At this time, I'd like to invite commissioners to make comments or ask questions regarding the items on the consent agenda. Seeing none in the room and none online. Amariani, please go ahead to public comment.
We do not have any public comment.
All right, the motion is on the screen. Public comment has closed. I'll entertain a motion. I'll entertain a motion regarding the items on the screen.
I make the motion.
Thank you so much, commissioners.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss and a second from Commissioner Bunch. I will now start the roll call. Commissioner Alvarez, marking absent. Commissioner Baer, marking absent. Commissioner Burnick, marking absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch.
Aye.
Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale, marking absent. Commissioner Contreras.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Swartz.
Abstain.
Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Pomano. Not. Commissioner Hill. Marking absent. Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Aye.
Commissioner Sy.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilkes.
Aye.
Commissioner Chambers. Commissioner Roulette.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now, commissioners, I'd like you to imagine that you just came back from the best vacation of your life. I want you to imagine, take 15 seconds and say, okay, I just came back from the best vacation of my life. Thank you, Michelle. I'm glad her mic is off. Yeah, that was it right there. So you're back?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you all for coming back from the best vacation of your life. And now we're about to engage in really a great, important work as we discuss our committee work and many other important items associated with that and other recommendations, and that is Agenda Item 8, the Innovation Partnership Fund. Let's move on to the first item, and that will be the Program Advisory Committee and Client, Family, and Community Inclusion Lived Experience and Diversity Advisory Committee updates and recommendations. For this agenda, we combine these two committee updates since they both meet and discuss the same items. The request for proposal outlines for both the Innovation Partnership Fund and Peer Respite Grant. That way, all commissioners in the room and online and the public can hear feedback from both committees at the same time. The PAC met on December 15th and the CFC met on December 17th. For Agenda Item 7, the Commission will review and consider approval of the Innovation Partnership Fund request for proposal outline with the goal of enabling timely release of funding in alignment with Behavioral Health Services Act implementation beginning July 1, 2026. We will hear from Melissa Martin-Millard, Acting Deputy Director of Research and Evaluation and Program Operations, as well as Vice Chair Chambers, who will speak as Chair of the CFC. Please note, Commissioner Carnevale is not here today, but submitted a concept paper in your packet and requesting that 20% of IPF funds be allocated to build strategic data and financing foundations necessary to guide the deployment of the remaining 80% funds. This would involve statewide data measurements and development of a capital strategy. If the commissioners are interested in exploring this concept further, it can be sent to the Program Advisory Committee for vetting. Just pause and let everybody gather their thoughts about where we are. Also, if the commission chooses to do so today, we have two options. Vetting the proposal now, that's Commissioner Carnevale's concept proposal, or having the PAC committee consider it for future funding. Alternatively, the PAC committee can take this idea into account for the next allocation of $20 million, which would involve a longer timeline. It is important to understand that future years of funding are contingent, I wish they weren't. That's a Freudian, that was a slip on my part. Thank you so much for catching that. They are contingent on the Budget Act, and they are not certain. In addition, the PAC committee could also determine the appropriate funding amount for this idea. We are not fixed on the 20% figure requested by Commissioner Carnevale. Melissa and Rochelle will now present at this time. And Melissa and Rochelle, we thank you and appreciate and are leaning into your presentations.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Rolette, and thank you all for the opportunity to present on the Innovation Partnership Fund RFP outline. So I want to just open the presentation by reminding us of our analysis and engagement efforts to date. Over a year ago, we really started our planning process to be able to be ready to release the initial round of the IPF funds by the July 1, 2026 time frame. About a year ago, we did an initial call for concepts and received a lot of great input, project ideas, suggestions from the broader community on what types of things the Innovation Partnership Fund could support. We did an analysis of those concepts and then wrote an initial framework document, our Framework 1.0, and use that to kind of center our 3 listening sessions, to bring that to 3 program advisory committees where we solicited input from the community, discussion from our program advisory committee members, and kind of iterated on that framework throughout each listening session or advisory committee. We brought it to the Client, Family, and Community Inclusion, Lived Experience, and Diversity Advisory Committee. We presented at 3 full commission meetings, shared with state agency partners, did an internal legal analysis of the BHSA statute within which IPF is situated, all culminating in the framework, and by this point in November, this was Framework 4.0, that was adopted by this commission in November, and then we took it back to both the PAC and the CFC in mid-December, brought the RFP outline, which you'll hear today, and got input and feedback from committee members and the public then. So before I continue on and kind of speak to some of the feedback received at those committee meetings, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Chambers to provide comments and remarks about the CFC meeting. Although she just disappeared. Okay. All right. When Vice Chair Chambers returns, I'll invite her to make comments on that. So I'll come back. Okay. So based on our analysis of the BHSA statute and the specific IPF language within that statute, we have highlighted, and this is in the framework, that there are several mandatory components that will require applications to meet. First, that the project must meet the definition of innovation. And again, in the framework document, we specify what that definition is, that applications must meet and address the needs of the target populations and must relate to and support county behavioral health programs and services. And sorry, I'm going to circle back to you now, Commissioner Chambers. I'm so sorry. No, if I can invite you to just summarize the CFC meeting and the input that we received at that meeting.
Thank you, Melissa. I'm happy to share a little bit about this past CFC meeting. And I just want to uplift the work of the staff to ensuring that our updates come earlier in the commission meeting so that the rest of the commissioners can really hear about the hard work and our intentions of what the CFC has put in. So as you know, on December 17th, 2025, the CFC Advisory Committee met to discuss the Innovation Partnership Fund. Commission staff provided an update, as always, a great update on the IPF and shared information on the upcoming release of the request for proposal process for the grant. Committee members and members of the public gave feedback on scoring criteria and other areas of opportunities, and some suggestions from the committee members prioritize peer-run, tribal, and smaller community-based organizations, and I'll say that again, prioritized peer-run, tribal, and smaller-based community-based organizations, as well as efficient data collection and ways to ensure project success and sustainability. Members of the public also emphasize equity, sustainability, data and evaluation, and specific target populations. Staff took note of these suggestions for consideration, and several comments received, as Melissa is doing, were incorporated into the outline, which now Melissa will now go over in more detail. And once again, I just want to uplift the staff for transparency and incorporating our feedback. And thank you, Melissa. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Chambers. Okay, let me go back to this. Okay, additionally, applications will need to convey And again, this is based on both our analysis of BHSA as well as all the input received over the last year from members of the community, state agency partners, and others. So we really do want to center equity and the reduction of disparities in the IPF. We want innovation projects to really clearly convey how they will serve underserved populations and those most in need. We are looking for projects that involve community input and center lived experience in the project design, implementation, and evaluation. We're looking for projects that demonstrate that they will be financially sustainable past the life of the grant. We also are looking at data and how data will be leveraged to identify what's working throughout implementation of grant projects and what can be improved in a continuous quality improvement methodology so that these projects have the most impact possible. And then lastly, that projects align with statewide behavioral health transformation efforts and are supportive of the broader BHSA. The last couple of things that applicants will be asked to do is to indicate, and these aren't requirements, but if they will do these things, they'll have to describe in detail what that will look like. So first, whether any community-centered solutions are a part of the application, and these include community-defined evidence practices, whether any emerging technologies are to be leveraged, and or whether any effective treatment models will be advanced. Okay, so the next few slides, I'm just going to try to summarize the components of the RFP outline, where we have taken input from all of the various partners and stakeholders that we've met with and listened to and engaged with to sort of walk you through the feedback we received and what our response has been to that feedback. And I just want to note here that, this is an RFP outline, and until it's released, we can't kind of go into maybe as much detail as we would want to, but just to protect the kind of procurement process, I'm going to kind of keep it high level while still hopefully indicating how we've incorporated feedback. So the first kind of set of feedback we got on the nuts and bolts of the RFP related to eligibility and scoring. So some of the feedback received related to, wanting to see projects that don't duplicate existing efforts, and projects that, or that mechanisms in place so that the commission ensures there's no conflict of interest with commissioners or staff. So we're taking care to make sure that through the definition of innovation and through the scoring components that we will not be funding projects that simply duplicate existing efforts, but are rather funding new or innovative projects that are not just the status quo. Within our existing kind of conflict of interest laws and waivers, we feel like we'll address the insurance of no conflict of interest with commissioners. We also, sorry.
Sorry.
Yes.
Could I ask a question about the availability of services from whatever source it comes? Really varies greatly by community. This seems to be a one-size-fits-all assessment of, is the proposal for a community where the need for more access to services is much greater than another community? So put it another way. Think about it this way. we have the services provided by the conventional medical systems. We have, for argument's sake, school-provided programs, and then we have community-based service-provided programs. Isn't the mix of those going to vary depending upon the community that it's funded for? And how do we tell the difference when we look at proposals? If it's a great proposal, but it's being made for a place that doesn't have as great a problem with reaching into the underserved population, how are we justifying that given that it's a limited pot of money? I don't have an answer. You probably don't have an answer, but I'm just trying to think about the notion of you can be testing innovations, but if you're not testing the innovation on the typical place that would most need the innovation, it doesn't help you if it's working well in a place that doesn't have the severity of need.
Oh, so can I say that again, just so I'm understanding? Are you saying, Commissioner Gordon, that you're thinking there might? Oh, I did turn it on. I'm sorry. I just need to get closer to it. Sorry, Sandra. Thank you. So basically, having applicants as part of their application specify or demonstrate need for whatever innovative project that they're proposing. Is that what you're saying? Like we should have like an application criteria that requires them to demonstrate need for the project in whatever community they're looking to apply it to?
Well, yeah, but again, I think the question is is how do you scale it? How do you scope it relative to the overall need in the state?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Gordon. Is part of your question is also how do we ensure that we are tailoring the investments of IPF to whatever the community need is, given that that community need will vary depending on community or region?
Right.
And I don't know if you're speaking specific to this slide or this table or kind of the IPF concept as a whole, but chairing the PAC and going through the IPF process with co-chair Madrigal Rice, the IPF was envisioned to be a framework that focused on a couple key areas that were designed to be all-encompassing to specifically try to build in that flexibility. This table is more just the feedback that has been provided through the various forums and meetings that we've had, and Melissa talking through how we've considered that feedback. I certainly agree with you that whatever investments we make, we want to ensure that they're as flexible in terms of meeting the community need as possible. But I'm also not sure if your comment is more about kind of the IPF investment as a whole or more specific to what's on the screen right now.
Well, I guess my feeling is that the scope of services is either going to focus largely on treatment or prevention or some combination of the two. And you crosswalk that with what's the need for services to the underserved. And I just think that should play into the framework for how we choose projects. In other words, you're choosing projects and assessing the need is something we ought to know about in your application and know why your project would be more likely to pay dividends in helping us understand what will be affected. I think that's
Agreed, and I see there's another commissioner with a hand. Just a quick, there is a prevention focus aspect of IPF as well. I think you rightly point out $20 million a year for 5 years for a state as large as California is limited, right? So that there will need to be difficult decisions around how the broadest of bucket categories, prevention or treatment, right? That's pretty broad. How those allocations are made, and then within each of those, what specific proposals are advanced, right?
Melissa, thanks. So there's two more comments, Commissioner Fairweather and then Commissioner Mitchell.
In following
You
up
could turn your mic on, Commissioner Fairweather.
Is it on? Yeah, and speak into the mic, yes. So in follow-up to that, I would assume that in the grant proposal that the applicant would have to provide a rationale, a landscape, and demonstrate a gap in services. So, I mean, that's one way to, sort of measure that. But I appreciate your concerns about that. And then my other question, well, actually, one is when it says it has to support county programs, how is that measured? Does that include that the county has to be a co-applicant or have some sort of very defined connection of referrals? I'm just wondering that. And then my final question, and sorry I asked so many questions, is it says the CBOs, so the original was the CBOs, the tribal and the smaller entities, nonprofit entities, totally in support of that. And then considering a carve out for them, and then that large grants will be open to other organizations. So one is, what's the definition of a large or small grant? And two, when you say open to all organizations, what does that include? Is that county entities? Is that for-profit entities? What is that? And just to, show my cards, very much against for-profit entities. Thank you.
Let me respond to those.
And Commissioner Mitchell had a comment.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Commissioner Mitchell.
Yeah, she can do both.
My comment was more related to the feedback. Is that community feedback that says proposed projects must not duplicate existing efforts? So I think my comment to that is if there's a project that is in existence, if it's innovative and it's working, I guess I don't see the problem with why wouldn't we want to expand that or have someone else duplicate that effort. I know we want innovation, but if something is working, then why wouldn't we want to duplicate that? So I don't see duplication as necessarily a bad thing, because maybe one person can't do it all, or one program can't. So my thought is if there's a program that's really meeting all these needs, and it's innovative, it's working, then there's certainly someone else or another agency or program that maybe has the capacity to duplicate the same thing. So I just think we might need to consider that in our requirements. It's not necessarily a bad thing.
So let me address your comments and then I'll circle back to Commissioner Fairweather's. There is language in the definition about scaling up projects that have been shown to be effective but aren't largely implemented or widely implemented. So our hope is that definition or that language kind of would allow for expansion of projects that have been demonstrated to work in one community, but maybe haven't been implemented more, broadly than that. I think the key is that we want the innovation projects to not just replicate status quo. So, and that's kind of clearly defined in the framework. Does that help? Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. If it were a scale up of a project that was shown to be effective, on a smaller scale, and the innovation would be the scale up and the expansion of that would qualify under our definition. Mm-hmm. And then in terms of your questions, Commissioner Fairweather, the carve out, and this was specific feedback that we received from several members of the community. We haven't quite determined the dollar amount, but the idea is that we would reserve up to, a certain amount of the grant dollars specifically for small grants. And the only entities that would be able to apply to that are CBOs, nonprofits, or tribal organizations. And then for what we're calling the large grants, which is really everything else beyond the small grant, would be open to everyone, and that does include for-profit entities, private, nonprofit, and public agencies, so the whole spectrum. And applications can be a combination of those as well, public-private partnerships or a nonprofit partnering with a county or something like that. Your first comment was whether counties had to be an identified partner, and no. We just want to make sure that the projects are able to demonstrate that they do support the county behavioral health efforts to implement BHSA. That can look like improving. It doesn't have to look like services. It could be innovations in improving access, innovations that support improved quality, improved outcomes, and of course that can include service delivery, but it's not limited to that.
Commissioner?
Just a quick question. I think what I got from Commissioner Gordon was we have a limited amount of money, and we want to get the biggest bang for the buck and the choices we make and affect the most amount of people for the longest amount of time. But that's what I found. But my question is, under the applications must convey how they'll be financially sustainable beyond the life of the grant. That's a doozy. And I'm wondering how you define financially sustainable. Would that be if it's a public-private partnership on some, or if it would be figuring out a way to get the traditional sources of income and help from agencies and insurance down the road, or is it a combination of that? Because I think that's really important.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think because there's likely to be so much heterogeneity in the types of applications that we receive, and then consequently the projects that we end up funding, the sustainability mechanisms will look really different depending on the project and who's applying and what the project involves. So I think what we're interested in is projects that can really demonstrate that that they're not reliant on the Innovation Partnership funding that they have other mechanisms to continue the project, essentially. So, yeah. And I think a lot of this discussion reinforces that this is the first time we have these funds. This is the first time we're rolling out this RFP. We don't really know what we're going to, the types of applications we're going to receive. It's exciting, but it's also, we want to try to put some guardrails in place to be able to fund projects that will have the most bang for their buck, will have the best return on investment, will have a likelihood of success beyond the 3 years of the grant funding.
So just a comment on that. I think that's a good question about sustainability. And this is speaking as a county administrator, tracking a lot of the state initiatives happening now. There are different strategies that potentially could be employed whenever there's a program that's currently, not funded for the long term, right? On the county side, if there's ways that you could potentially modify the program, or it may already be set up in a way that potentially could be Medi-Cal billable through specialty behavioral health systems. That's one option. Another option is there are also opportunities with managed care plans who have community reinvestment funds requirements that potentially, I'm not obligating managed care plans to this, I'm just saying potentially there's funding for investments in that way, if there's justifications for why those investments make sense for managed care plan members, right? And then also there's outside funding, whether it's philanthropy or otherwise. Counties also have access to funding that could be used more flexibly. So, if something's not billable to Medi-Cal, for example, other more flexible funding could be used for those. So there are different options to explore. They're not simple. But to me, if I was proposing a program for something like IPF, those are the things that I would want to explore and think through if I'm thinking about how do I sustain this.
I think we have two more questions. One from Vice Chair Chambers wanted to make a comment, and then Commissioner Fairweather again.
I'll be real quick because I have to run, but I think this is a good framework. I thank you, Dr. Sai, for talking about the strategies of like sustainability, because I mean, as someone that's implementing like in a small CBO that's interacting with these managed care plans, interacting with counties, it's kind of daunting to try to even broker these deals for a sustainability plan. I mean, I spoke to a health managed care plan. Hopefully, I'm getting the word right, Brenda. Recently, and I asked them about these community investment funds, and they were like, "Oh, these have been exhausted, and it was just scramble. It's no clear answer." So, I mean, I feel like even if we give these grants, I'd hope that we can have some leverage in working with external partners to be able to support, these organizations, because every time as a CEO, I write a sustainability plan, I'm writing almost the same exact things that Dr. Sai is saying with no leverage or backbone to go to any of these 58 counties and broker these deals, because these really are relationships to be able for a county to trust you to draw down from their benefit as well. And I think one of the biggest excuses that we see right now when a lot of peer-run organizations have been eliminated. Most recently, the excuse is that even though they've been doing business with these entities for a while, that they can't draw down Medi-Cal, so we had to eliminate them most recently. So that's what we're seeing right now in real time. And then as we do our strategic plan, and I know that's not going to happen at the same time, but a new law is being implemented, right? We're talking about innovations in a time where a new law is implemented, and we're seeing, so I just want to make sure that we also have a pulse on like where is the gaps and innovations going to happen now that everything has changed, and like where do we go from here? So I don't want us to be behind and trying to do innovations when now we have to think of like where's the system at right now. Yeah, I think these are all great though, and that's it.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, and just quickly, for the sustainability, I mean, I've written a ton of grants, I've scored a ton of grants. It's not a guarantee. Nobody can guarantee anything, especially in these times when public funding is being yanked around. So, but and also that there shouldn't be an over-reliance on the probability of being able to draw down public funds, because there are marginalized communities who are not going to be eligible for those, or organizations that are very effective but small and don't have the administrative capacity to do that. But you can look at a plan for sustainability that shows capacity and understanding of how to raise money and what sort of, private grants or philanthropy that they can go to. And, that's not so much a firm plan that is absolutely, reliant on eligibility or promises. It's showing capacity. And that is very much needed. Otherwise, you exclude, some of the most innovative organizations, the ones that are most in touch with and in contact with and embedded within their own communities. So that's my comment.
Yeah.
Oh, Commissioner Gordon, sorry.
Yeah, in some ways, since all of these systems exist and they all throw out money, what we're talking about in many cases is a reconfiguration of the way the funds and the services are deployed, because if they keep getting deployed in the same old way, we'll keep getting the same results. And the redeployment doesn't need to be controversial if you can make the case that it's delivering the services where needed. And that's what we found. Our own county has been really, really collaborative with us in deploying programs in schools and all of that, and we look at the results. So I think that's really prospectively. And for example, right now we have fully trained clinicians funded by bill back to Medicare, Medi-Cal, in 60 schools, and now we're looking to add a substance abuse element to the preventive services in that school. We're trying, and we're going to call on you, Dr. Saya, to kind of comment on where we're trying. But those reconfigurations are possible, but it does take the cooperation and collaboration of both the counties and the managed care plans.
Commissioners, I'm going to ask, I know there's two of us and all the rest of you, but we're going to allow Melissa to really start talking about the framework. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And I know that there will be more questions. And so, Melissa, again, thank you so much for pausing. I appreciate staff. Really, and commissioners, it demonstrates that you're leaning in already. So, Melissa, continue on.
Yes, absolutely, and I appreciate the leaning in and look forward to further conversation. I think I can get through the rest of the slides relatively quickly so that we can go back to hearing from you all and answering your questions. Okay, so let's see. The last two items on this slide really relate to, first, about prioritizing equity, lived experience, and community leadership. We're planning on incorporating that into the RFP so that we're really scoring applications on their ability to demonstrate those specific areas. And then lastly, some of the feedback that we got consistently over the last 6 to 9 months has really been about just providing additional clarity. And so we're designing our RFP to be maximally clear. We don't want things to be ambiguous or unclear. And one of the components of the statute is that the commission does have the ability to define other populations as determined by CBH. For this year, we have, at least at this point, are opting not to identify other specific populations and instead are just relying on the target populations that are included in the framework. Some continuation on the nuts and bolts around eligibility and scoring. We got very clear feedback that proposals and eligible proposals should not be limited to those entities serving individuals with a specific diagnosis. We are not planning on having that be a limiting factor. The IPF language is clear that it can include the entire spectrum from prevention all the way through recovery supports. So that won't be a eligibility consideration. We receive feedback around wanting to see projects aimed at serving BIPOC and LGBTQ communities, that they be prioritized. Through the definition of the target populations, we feel like BIPOC and LGBTQ communities will be encompassed in that definition, which include underserved populations, low income, communities impacted by other behavioral health disparities. And again, that last bullet, we're at this time not defining other populations. And then a final kind of feedback piece was that IPF funding should be used to sustain and expand the California Reducing Disparities Project. And we're just indicating that any project that does meet our eligibility criteria that we're outlining here is eligible to apply. Some of the feedback received related to data, research, learning. We are ensuring that the IPF will incorporate shared learning opportunities. So to Commissioner or Vice Chair Chambers' point around establishing learning communities to help support sustainability conversation and efforts, I think we're need to wait to see which projects are funded, and then we'll think about what technical assistance and evaluation support is needed to continue to support this initial batch of grantees. We got feedback that grants should be data-driven and have clear data collection and reporting requirements, and should demonstrate their capacity to measure, track, and evaluate towards the goals outlined in their proposals. And so those things have been incorporated into our RFP outline. Some of the feedback related to funding, and I spoke to this a couple of slides ago. Again, we got feedback that there are applicants that or entities that may not need a huge amount of money to be able to make a tremendous amount of impact. And so we are thinking about and kind of strategizing around having a small grant tier that, again, would require the applicant to be a CBO, nonprofit, or tribal organization. But again, all of the large grants or anything outside of the small grant tier is open to any for-profit, nonprofit entity. We did decide not to require matched funding. We're instead really focusing on the sustainability capacity and capabilities rather than requiring potential grantees to demonstrate that they're able to provide a match. Okay, so I'm happy to answer any questions about the feedback received and how we're planning on incorporating into the our RFP outline. I think the conversations that have already been generated indicate that you all have some amazing ideas for how to really make sure that our process is strengthened, that our RFP is as strong as possible. We had some questions identified here around, how should we think about success of the IPF? What are the kinds of metrics we should be using to measure the success of this initial round of funding? How should the commission best assess potential for sustainability in the application process? How do we ensure grantees have the capability to accurately and successfully collect, track, and apply data to ensure continuous improvement? And then open-ended, are there other considerations that you haven't heard us discuss either today or in previous meetings, whether it be commission meetings or committee meetings? At this point, I will turn it back over to you to see what additional questions you have. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Melissa. And we'll start with, and we'll just sort of go around the room. It'll be helpful for me, easier for me. We'll start with Karen Larson, and then we'll just kind of go around the room, and then we'll go to Roz, and we'll just keep going, okay? Karen.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to do a little history because I tend to do this. A part of the reason we have this Innovation Partnership Fund is because we lost the innovation funding that used to go to the counties. It's obviously a lot less money than it used to be. We also find ourselves in this moment in time where we have significant challenges from the federal government and a huge state budget deficit. And I think that's where I get a little worried that these funds will go to backfill people that are losing their funding. I'm not saying I want anybody to lose their funding, but the purpose of these funds is to prove that we can do something innovative, which is not backfilling people that are losing funding. I'm sorry. And it also is, partnership is the second word. And so the vision is to have partners come to the table for these proposals, whether that be public-private or for-profit, nonprofit, or those kinds of partnerships that are also innovative. To Commissioner Gordon's point, like we do have to break down some of those silos. And so I just want to remind ourselves and our public that we are supposed to be funding things that are innovative and that are partnerships that move forward the needle for the people that we are all here to serve. And that's all I have to say for now. Thanks.
Commissioner Ross. Ms. Palmano.
Thank you for the presentation. Just really two things, commenting on the sustainability. I think I do agree with everybody's comments on that, just to point us back to BCHIP and also BH Connect. Requirements of those two waiver programs administered by DHCS is actually long-term sustainability. And I think that is something that we ought to consider. Now, how should we assess? I think we would be looking to staff for what are the factors that we should be considering when we're looking at sustainability. It's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. For example, sustainability in a rural community will be different from an urban community or semi-urban, for example. And then the second piece really that I want to talk about is the third piece, which is data. Is very important. We got to make sure that not just for the commission, but really for all the state departments, that we are keeping track of data. And I want to mention one thing on the sustainability. I do agree. We should not be backfilling county resources that they are losing as a result of the changes in the buckets under the BHSA. I feel like every time I look at some of these projects that we have under the MHSA, it's a backfill. And I'd like to just maybe put a pin on that. Second, on the data, I want to point to the data exchange framework that is administered by the HGI. And I see, again, a lot of projects under these electronic health records. CalMesa, we just approved one by Tulare this morning. I think at some point, I do not know much about what data we have so far. What are we funding? What is CalMesa collecting? Whom are those data collected? And I circle back to the data exchange framework, because that data exchange framework was established and agreed upon by the administration and the legislature to really, facilitate the sharing of health information, social services information, to improve outcomes, improve equity. And so maybe at some point for staff, we would like to, I personally, I don't know, maybe most of our new members as well, would like to get a presentation on EHR by CalMesa, what they are doing.
Excellent point.
That is a good point. And also, the same day, let's ask HGI to maybe make a presentation on the data exchange framework. Now, that's a wish list, because I know that HGI just received this task. This just became effective this year, January 1. And so I think they're also just trying to grapple with it. It used to be with the California Health and Human Services Agency. But we got to put all these things together. And I know that there is this, counties are not quite open to this idea of sharing of information, but it cannot be business as usual, especially if we really want to serve the needs of our community. They have to be some interconnectivity with their treatment, and that really depends on how much data our providers, our CBOs are getting about the population that we are serving.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I just quickly respond? I appreciate those comments, and just by way of a preview, at the February Program Advisory Committee meeting, we're planning on having representatives from DHCS talk about the data strategy under BHSA, which will then lead into a staff presentation on the Commission's overarching data strategy under BHSA, and then at the March full Commission meeting, we'll also have a item on data strategy. So I love the suggestions of bringing in HCI and other partners to talk about EHR and the data exchange framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, in my experience, the collaboration of the county is so crucial to all of this. Things are possible with collaboration that are impossible without a good relationship with the county. And I don't know how we reflect that in, maybe there's a way to reflect it in the grant applications or account for it being there or not. But I think that's a place we can really make progress. And I think for a lot of the counties, it's not that they don't want to do it. Sometimes they're afraid that they can't meet expectations, and they need to understand that's something we all fear anyway. So
I see that Commissioner Cross has her hand up, but I'm going to keep going around. I'm going to get to you, Commissioner Cross. Just anybody else over on this side of the table? All right. Yes.
One, excited about this opportunity for sure, and think we need to leverage every opportunity to serve our most vulnerable populations in California. Then would love for us to just really focus on the main ones, the veterans, youth, those, and really call those out because, like as an example, you can serve as many low-income folks as possible, but if those folks have loved ones that are coming out of, an example, a youth detention facility, and that person's not getting services, it really harms the overall progress of the community. And so I want to uplift that and then uplift I hear us talking about how to leverage innovation. There's a lot of beautiful work that has happened, and I'm going to go back to justice-involved youth, to the fact that, a lot of that Medi-Cal billing, the 90-day support is fairly being streamlined right now, and would love to consider some of those because that is the underserved population along with foster youth and those who are homeless, really elevating that work there. And in that, when it comes to those billable services and other funding streams, it would be lovely to see how the applicants, one, the collaboration part, but two, how they're leveraging other funding sources to provide that holistic care for the individuals.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. We'll go Commissioner Brown and then Commissioner Callan, then Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Chair Arlette. I agree with the comments from Commissioner Larson and others that we really have an opportunity here, and we need to make sure that this funding is used wisely and in such a way that it will hopefully leverage additional monies and additional partnerships in addressing common goals. I think ABC News had an interesting story yesterday on a piece about a similar concept that was turned into reality with the Golden Gate suicide nets that were put on. That project was originally anticipated to be a $70 million project, and then it ballooned up to a $230 million, I think, project. And there were not sufficient funds available in the original funding source. And so what they did is they got innovative. They sought a variety of different partners in federal, state, and local transportation funds, and individual investments and donations from private organizations and individuals. But they also used Prop 63 money. The funds from this commission were a $20 million block of that $230-some million. That project, they were averaging over 30 suicides a year off of that bridge. The year before last, there were, I believe it was 8, and last year, I believe it was 4, an 87% decline from the average. So I think what we need to have is the vision to be able to say we can collectively work with somebody in either public-public partnerships or public-private partnerships to take some of that money. To do that is going to require us, I think as suggested in the staff report, to at least earmark a portion of these funds, to be able to do that so that we don't parse out all these funds individually for individual grant requests. And so I didn't see that in the motion I know that Commissioner Carnevale, has been championing this for a long time, and I wish he was here to be able to address it. But I think that it's important that we keep that goal in mind, that we look at saying, okay, look, we want to, as suggested in the report, with the appropriate safeguards and protocol to make sure that this is something that we don't just piecemeal away. We have an opportunity here to do something very, very innovative ourselves.
Commissioner?
I was just wondering, we have this limited amount of money, and if we're not going to fill in holes and services that are not sustainable, then this is a really special time, and there's so much going on in the world right now. I was at the J.P. Morgan Healthcare Week, and I was meeting all these innovators and all these amazing things that are going on. So I just want to make sure that we are getting the word out that this fund exists to the public, because I look at it sort of like an incubator. This is a real chance to make major changes with this limited amount of money, and I just want to make sure that we can get every source and every eye on it to know that it does exist. And I think we'll be able to learn a lot, because I just think the innovation factor of it, I think we have to really look at everything objectively that's presented to the table, and I know we will. And like they said, the vision, what is the vision? And being clear on it, and then maybe having protocol where we look at the data and we study the data, and we're like, as a matter of process, and really make some changes, because like we said, if the same thing, if we keep doing the same thing, we get the same results. So I was just saying, maybe we get a little marketing out there to tell people that, I'm sure you are already, but that this exists and what it is clearly, because I think there'll be a lot of interested parties that will come to the table and probably introduce things that we never thought of. Anyway.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross.
Hi.
For your patience, Commissioner.
No, you're good. So I'm a part of a philanthropy group called Impact 100 Greater Sacramento. We give out $100,000 grants. They are conditional grants. As far as I know, we do not give out conditional grants. But we are all about the opportunity of being transformational within our community. And I truly believe that it is possible for us to look at our smaller communities and see what it is they have that can be transformational. It's all up to interpretation. It absolutely is. So when you're looking at something, it's like, what can I give? And that's kind of what they were saying, like, how much money can you set aside maybe? The $100,000 grants we do is because each member gives $1,000. So my $1,000 that I give in goes to one of those $100,000 grants. But we have enough members for the last one, actually, and we had like $64,000 left over. So out of the 5 grant recipients, we gave one of them the money. Like, we didn't say, oh, I'm going to keep it until it reaches 100,000. We saw that their organization was in need, and because we can't give them the $100,000, we gave them what we could. And then we asked for new members, because that's what you do. You put yourself out there to help your community. And when you put yourself out there to help your community, transformational things get done. So that's just what I wanted to say, like, make sure everyone knows that, like, these things can be transformational, and we have to just put ourselves out there and say, I want to be a part of that transformation. So thank you.
I'm going to go to Vice Chair first, and then back to Commissioner Fairweather.
Now, I'm going to take a step out of the room, so I just wanted to be quick, just to reiterate. I really like the comment to everyone. The things I want to highlight is for us, and maybe it's the call to action for Brenda, to incentivize these philanthropists, these private folks that, I think when you come to people with money, they are probably more incentivized to help you in and shared, goals and values. So I like what you guys were saying. And I like the private piece, but I just caution because, I'm young, but I'm older. I've saw we've made tons of investments as the Californians, if you guys don't watch the news, in private companies, especially our counties with these innovation funds. We've spent millions and hundreds of millions in technology and automation of things and sorts for private partnerships. I'm pretty open about disclosing my conflicts. So it's definitely me. I'm taking a very stance approach for the public and not on my own private interest when I'm saying this, that I'm concerned that we make these private investments with these for-profit companies and then they sell us back. They develop something and then they sell it back to us and the public does not get access to it. And then we see investments in private companies and they don't give, I just want to be able to incentivize them that it's for the good of the people and not for the profit of their shareholders if we do partnerships with them, because I do believe that the private industry can work and they can do things effective. I think government can, though. Our counties do care about our people. And so I'm not saying that the county does it better, but I know that if all fails, the person can go to the county and get help. Okay? So I just want to emphasize that, and I got to go run, but I thank you.
Commissioner Fairweather.
First of all, right on, Commissioner Chambers. As an old person who's younger, I'd like to say, no, this is very just logistical. So is the NOFA actually written that you're just like ready to go? Okay. And then two is the process by which, so you collect the NOFAs, I'm making an assumption that staff sort of whittle them down, and then is like a number of them brought forward to vote on by the full committee? Like, how does that all work?
We typically do, staff holds the procurement process through the intent to award. That's embedded in the motion today, that if the motion we have in the slide deck passes, that would authorize staff to release the RFP, collect applications, score them, and then make the intent to award determinations.
So it's all based on a very strict procurement process.
And that's the process we follow for all of our procurements. We have an outside vendor who monitors the scoring to make sure that it's neutral and fair.
I saw 3 hands pop up. Were those questions before you, were they all addressed?
It was kind of a question. I was just wondering if we vote after all of the procurement stuff happens. Like, does it come to the full commission after the intent to award? No? Okay. I just want to make sure.
The recommendations come to the full commission.
Okay. Recommendation comes.
Sorry, just to be clear, the way, if the vote as written today, and we don't know what's going to happen with the conversation, but as written, thanks, Sandra. So as written today, it would be to do, like we're doing all the rest of the procurement. We would put it out, put the RFP out. So we've done all the stakeholder gathering of information, had it in the PAC meeting. Now we're bringing it here today, get all the info here, and then take all of this information, create the RFP. The RFP would go out, folks would submit applications. We have a procurement process that is very strict and would have to go through that. Whoever wins that procurement, then we would put an intent to award out. There's a protest period, and then once that closes, we would enter into a contract, depending on if that.
Pardon me, commissioners, I'm going to just use a bit of chair privilege. So once you issue the RFP and the results of the RFP come in, if commissioners have questions or concerns, they can be raised. And what point of that process does that happen?
This is the point. So once the procurement process goes, there's no more external process that happens, outside of that procurement process. It's very tight. So once that procurement process goes through, whoever gets the award, is who we end up in contract with once the protest ends, and depending on how that goes.
Okay, so once we see that there's an intent to award that comes here and we see it, we don't vote on it. It's just like an acknowledgement that it's been done.
Okay, so it's like what we did today, and we're actually kind of not fixing, but kind of cleaning up this process, because we just did that today with some of our previous, where we didn't have the intent to award as all part of the process, and that was a question that got asked was, what are we voting on as an intent to award? Because the procurement process is already done, so like, what are you gonna vote no, that like, you can't say, it's like too late at that point. So once the procurement process has gone through the official process, whoever wins, that is who gets the contract.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. Good question.
And who does the scoring?
We have the scoring done internally, so we have our procurement consultant that helps, and we've been working on maybe a strengthening process to help to get more subject matter expertise, and the only people who could be involved in it is folks who do not have any conflict of interest involved. Yeah.
Okay, excuse me, Dave has a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly suggest, is there some way that we could get in the proposals some assurance from the county of cooperation, collaboration in whatever the project is? Because I think it's crucial to be able to intervene and say, okay, you saw this proposal and you committed to helping support it. I think that might be helpful.
My comment is regarding the sustainability, and to your point, Commissioner Gordon, and to Commissioner Fairweather, once the grant is, that grant period, if it's a 3-year grant, 5-year grant, we all know once the money is gone, it's gone. And so that's the difficult part, because some counties may not want the program to keep going. Some counties may not want to shift funds. Some counties may not want to use Medi-Cal funding or apply for Medi-Cal for this particular grant. And so I think it's really a tall order, especially for someone who's on the ground working in programs that are funded by grants. And really the only people that suffer, once again, it's always the community who is receiving the benefit of those services. So I don't really know if there's a good prescription or some formula to get the partnerships. You might put it in the RFP and say, show us where you have requested collaboration, but you really can't make partners out of folks who aren't ready to be partners or don't believe in the project. I think that's just a really difficult task. I think it's possible, but it's hard because, again, once the money is gone, it's gone. And so it just comes down to, does the county want this program to continue? And then when we talk about the data, because there is the reporting mechanism of, what worked, what didn't work. Of course, we know data is part of the process, but I think the real data should come from the people who receive the services. Where's your life changed? Were you impacted? Was there prevention here? Was there some outcome that changed what was going on in your life, your diagnosis, something to that extent? But, the whole notion of partnerships with counties and public dollars or private dollars, that is just a real challenge to actually make that happen. And in terms of data, there should be a requirement that data is received from live interviews, because you can make the data look like anything.
Commissioner Hernandez.
I was reserving this comment, but I'll speak on only because Commissioner Mitchell brought it back up. And I do think that it's important to note that while it's possible to lean into the partnerships that are being described, whether it be through means of private philanthropy, foundational philanthropy, county contracts, and indeed there are county administrators demonstrating that they can work with CBOs to figure out ways to lean into those different funding sources. As a CEO of a community-based organization, sometimes when we implement innovative projects, we're doing so without knowledge about whether or not these are actually going to be fruitful or successful. And I think that that's inherent within the definition of innovation, is that you are taking a particular risk. And I I think of a project that our organization embarked on in the early 1990s using biofeedback in the treatment of addiction. And when the study ended, there was no means to continue funding it. But because the outcomes appeared so positive, my predecessor made the decision to continue on providing that service, even though there was not a demonstrated means to provide funding for it. Eventually, we had to curtail it when funding ended years later, and we simply could not take on the financial burden any longer. But I think that that's important to remember, that we have to give providers an opportunity to try to innovate, that sometimes these won't work out, and whenever possible, we should try to lean in to the partnerships to continue the sustainable funding.
Other comments, commissioners? Yes.
I was just wondering when Vice Chair Chambers was talking, which mentioning if we invest in certain private companies, would what's the rule on the commission getting equity as an equity partner in something that's doing the work? I know that's a Sandra Chief Counsel question.
Can you repeat that? I'm so sorry.
What's the commission's is it possible, I'm going to reframe your question, is it possible for the commission to receive equity funding from an investor in a project that we funded with innovation dollars?
I would need to do further research, but I believe we can, depending on the structure of it. But I would have to, confirm and go in and confirm the structure of how all of that would be legally structured.
I just think I'm just thinking ahead, but in some of the innovative projects with technologies and things that can grow rather large, that might just be a really interesting way to.
Yeah, in my opinion, Commissioner, that is what the California Institute of Regenerative Medicine embarked upon doing with some of their funding. And I don't know, again, I know that Commissioner Southard is a part of that board. I don't know how successful they were, but it's exactly what they embarked upon doing. Other comments from commissioners? Yeah, two more commissioners. We start with either one. I don't know who raised their hand first, so we'll stay on this side of the room. All right, Commissioner.
Unless you're continuing on this, I'd like to second what Commissioner Larson said about stressing innovation. We have a lot of new commissioners, and for the benefit of new commissioners and also the public, it might be helpful at some point before we actually award or the staff does the intent to award that we invite some of the staff from agency who had the vision when this was rewritten, so that we are fully aware of what the intent, because the money was redistributed, it spread a little further. There were specific ideas about how the innovation pot, and there was a reason it was given to us and not the counties anymore, because it was felt to be not being spent in innovative ways. So I just want to reiterate that. We don't need to invite somebody if the commissioners all heard Commissioner Larson, and the public gets that, because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about the purpose of the funding. And then I also would like to address on a different note what Commissioner Mitchell and Commissioner Gordon were talking about in terms of the county. We have already included, and I don't necessarily agree with this, because of the reasons Commissioner Mitchell said, that it's mandatory to apply to and support county programs. So maybe we want to reopen this unless it's actually required under the proposition. We could broaden this to be public behavioral health programs, or we could broaden it even further to be the behavioral health delivery system. But this narrows it to mandatory, that it has to apply and support county programs, which is not the full universe of behavioral health programs.
I was just going to say, thank you so much, Commissioner Schwartz. So that language came from the statute, so that it had to be in further of support of the counties. So that could also include preventing people from going to the counties as well, and that's how we've been having these conversations.
Yeah.
So
we are limited, so I think everyone needs to be aware of that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, in tomorrow's conversation, I will be pulling up all of the statutory language that will point out how we do have to be pointing back to the county programs.
So I think following on what Commissioner Schwartz or Representative Schwartz said, I'm having a reaction to what Commissioner Mitchell said too. I think we need to be really thoughtful and careful and not leave anybody out because of relationships with the counties. I think sometimes our counties can be innovation adverse, and that is kind of why we're sitting here. And I don't want to leave out a CBO with really incredible ideas that can teach the rest of the state something really important that's going to really serve the communities that we're talking about. So I saw you typing, Melissa, as Commissioner Gordon made the comment. So I really want us to be thoughtful about that. It can be, complement the work. We can come up with other words, but it can't be all or nothing with the relationship with the counties. So I just really want to be clear about that. That's what I want to say. So.
Commissioner Wilkes, Commissioner Gordon.
I just got a question. What is the largest amount of applications we've received on any of the grants that we've put out? Yeah, I know there's different segments, but for instance, the advocacy last time, if that was the largest pool of grants. And the reason why I asked this is because Elevate California, out of the Sierra Health Foundation, using Prop 64 dollars, they just awarded 46 million, and they had over 600 applicants with only 57 approved. So this one is coming out, and it's only 20 million.
Commissioner Wilkes, I just wanted to let you know that when we administered the procurement for rounds 4 and 5 of the CYBHI grant, we received over 200 applications for that funding. And then recently, advocacy grants, we've been seeing upwards of anywhere between 25 to 100 applications for our advocacy grants. This is partially because some of the funding is drying up at the federal level, and so we've seen a dramatic increase in the people applying for our funds here.
So follow up real quick, do we have capacity for 300 to 600?
We are small but mighty.
I love that answer. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to get to Commissioner Gordon. And then, commissioners, I'm just going to ask you to make, if you had additional comments, that would be your final comments. And then for the public, just anticipate public comment will be limited to 2 minutes. Mariani, Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify my suggestion about getting feedback from the county on collaboration was not to be disqualifying if they said we're not interested or not at all. Just putting it on record to see how many counties are willing to say, yeah, we're interested in supporting this.
Commissioner Brown.
Just for clarification, the applicants for these grants could be the counties, but they could be nonprofits, CBOs, they could be foundations, they could be private sector. There's no limitation, is there, in terms of who could apply for these funds?
Yeah, very broad. All right, I would add my comment. First, thank you all, commissioners, for all of your comments. I'm going to go back to the genesis of Proposition 63, and I recall sitting with very, very smart partners from government who said, as I recall, to us, that'll never happen. Now, I remember that. Now, you people could say, well, you're subjectively biased in your recall because you're a private CBO guy. Oh, okay. But that is not what I remember. And that Darrell Steinberg, Rusty Seelix, Richard Van Horn sat down together and they crafted this thing that was an idea. And an idea for funding that would change the trajectory of behavioral health in the state of California and, in fact, the nation. And without Prop 63, we're not here. I just want to say that. And so this notion about innovation, do I think that was innovative? Yes. It's very innovative. And in fact, what Proposition 1 has done is it has taken that innovative idea and it really has identified some very specific parameters, if you will, for better or for worse. We know how it passed, but here we are. And so I think about that, and it fuels my support for what is an innovative funding idea. And yes, with some level of concern because of what's happening in our economy and in our state. But I do think that it is important that I assert that we wouldn't be here if it were not for an innovative funding idea. That's why we exist. And so if there is a possibility that we can take what is our 20 million and come up with an innovative funding solution that oftentimes, and I know to some people's chagrin, gets identified as one particular commissioner's idea. It isn't. It is, I think, what started Prop 63. It's the same. And a way to say, in my opinion, we cannot be dependent on public funding to sustain behavioral health. We can't. We can't, in my opinion. In addition, I absolutely bold underscore, we must get feedback, data must be delivered on our existing funding, on what's working and what's not working. Because, candidly, you're right, we don't know. We do not know all the things that are working and not working. And we did spend, during a time of prosperity, this commission spent millions of dollars on innovation. And do we have a concise list on everything that worked and didn't work? We don't. We don't. And now during this period of austerity, we're looking at the 20 million, and I ask that we think about it differently. And so, if there is an opportunity for us to be the catalyst for a new way of thinking about sustainable funding and partnerships, I say let's do it. And I say it with reservation. I say it because I look at, again, thank you, Kendra Zoller, who sent me information on strategies for scaling the mental health financing by McKinsey. And that this commission is the one place where we can think about funding and behavioral health in a new and different way. So I'm hoping that part of the charge that you would agree to is to take this notion of the possibility of sustainable funding in a new and different way back to the PAC, because that's one of our options here. And maybe we're not ready to identify, okay, let's take this much or this much. If you are, okay. But if you're not, I think that that is the pathway that we should be thinking about for our future. Because that is what Prop 63, Prop 1 is all about. An innovative idea that many people said wouldn't happen, and here it is today. And it is the bulk, from my perspective, in many counties of the public mental health funding that is provided for many of the individuals in our great nation state of California. It's my comments. All right, I turned the mic off myself. All right, the chair may need some support, Brenda, with recalibrating. And Melissa, any other comments from you or yourself?
No, thank you. I was just say if there's any more comments from commissioners.
Any other closing comments for commissioners? All right, Amariani, public comment.
Okay, we have 4 in-room comments, and we have a few comments online. Our first in-room comment is from Ash.
And we appreciate all public comment to be limited to 2 minutes. We thank you so much.
Hello. Made the intern go first, huh?
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Ash Wilhelm. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the CRDP and Safe Passages in Alameda County. I just wanted to start with gratitude. This has been a long and at times exhausting process, and I just showed up like 5 months ago and have been showing up to these meetings and reviewing it, and it's a lot. So thank you. And I sincerely want to recognize the commission and staff for having made real improvements based on stakeholder feedback. And in particular, I want to thank you for adopting the principle that awards should prioritize equity, lived experience, and community leadership as scoring criteria. That the innovation is not neutral. If equity and lived experience are explicitly prioritized, funding patterns will default back to systems that already hold power, and communities that are experiencing these disparities, they get left out again. So I wanted to say that BIPOC and LGBTQI+ communities are already being targeted and harmed in real time. California has an obligation to be explicit and courageous. So if the funding does not specifically prioritize and reach these communities, the disparities do not get reduced. So my request is that we approve the IPF framework as developed through the public process and reject or table the last minute 20% carve-out proposal, unless it goes through a transparent process with real stakeholder input and clear equity outcomes. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Sarai.
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name is Sarai Soto Talavera, she, her pronouns. I'm a second year MSW student at UC Berkeley, and I'm an intern with Safe Passages. My comment is regarding slides 8 and 9, the nuts and bolts of scoring. So I'm here to urge you all to please reconsider specifically and explicitly prioritizing BIPOC and LGBTQ communities, as many stakeholders have been advocating for. I know the Commission's response to this feedback was that these communities are already encompassed in the populations that are outlined in the framework, but I do want to remind the Commission that during the development of Prop 63, the same belief was promoted, and this resulted in the MHSA having difficult time reducing disparities for BIPOC communities, and very little funding was allocated for CBOs that specialize in serving specific racial and ethnic communities. So I want to urge y'all to please not make the same mistake again. If programs don't specifically call out BIPOC or LGBTQ communities, they will not be served in the proportion that they need or deserve in order to reduce disparities. And as you all know, we're living in a very historic moment right now where the trans and BIPOC communities are under direct attacks from the federal administration and their racist and transphobic ideology. And these attacks are trauma-inducing, not only for the individuals, their families, the communities, and even future generations. And it even impacts children's brain development and their development as they grow up. And so the unwillingness to call out these specific populations is the root cause for the ongoing disparities. And these disparities are going to continue to widen as the federal administration is doing what they're doing. And so right now really is the time to rise up and support these communities. And so I don't want to see these communities left behind. And so I really urge.
2 minutes are up. Please wrap up your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Stacy.
Stacy Hiramoto, REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition, and also for the CRDP. Now you can see why I am so impressed with my interns. I will not repeat, but I do support the principles and what they have said. So I'm going to sort of back up because I know, I really believe that we should wait on that carve out for the 20%. And I just feel that It may not be a bad idea, but I do not feel that it has been vetted, and the money is needed now. And I really think we should consider it, but not for this round. I think there are just too many questions, and it's very confusing. And if you look at the proposal, they make some assertions that are critical of both the commission and the community stakeholders, as well as the process for deciding how this innovation partnership should be spent. For instance, you assert, or that the paper asserts that there have been no academic, expert, or actual consumer input, characterizing public engagement to date as coming from CBOs only. Things like this, and again, the process. So again, that I want to put aside. The other thing I want you to do is think about, I really appreciate some of the things that Commissioner Mitchell said, Commissioner Fairchild, and Fernandez, because of the community. I think you're coming from our community-based perspective. Having a good relationship with the county is not easy. One of the reasons the CRDP was so successful is because it did not involve the county, sadly. And if you look,
Thank you, Stacey. Your 2 minutes up. Please wrap up your comment.
most of those have tried to make those individual projects have tried to make a good relationship with their counties and have not been able to. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Our last in-room comment is from Danny.
Hello, it is before 12, so good morning. My name is Danny Therical, pronouns he, him, his. I serve as Public Policy Coordinator with Mental Health America of California. I wanted to thank the Commission and especially staff for their work on this IPF framework. Welfare Institution Code 5845.1 authorizes the Commission to administer this grant program to promote the development of innovative mental health and substance use disorder programs and practices for our most underserved and low-income populations. This includes those experiencing chronic homelessness, those who are justice involved, and even our youth in the child welfare system. We are pleased to see how this Innovation Partnership Fund has developed over the various listening sessions and committee meetings. And would like to emphasize that this commission should use all available funds to support these programs and practices that directly serve people without reserving a portion of the funds for commission activities. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to online comments. We currently have 10, and we will only hear the 10 raised hands now so that we can keep time. Our first comment is from Joel.
Thank you so much. Joel Baum, he, him. I'm with Safe Passages as well, one of the CRDP organizations. I very much applaud the comments of Ash and Sadahi and Stacy, and don't want to reiterate them. I do want to emphasize my concern, however, for the process by which this particular proposal around the carve-out has been raised. It feels very last minute. While I acknowledge there has been some discussions about the need for investment and nuance or innovations and how we use money and raise money and do continue to do sustainability, I feel like this has been sort of an 11th hour placement. I think 20% of the funding going towards that is irresponsible, given the previous comments about the need for services. And so I'm very much concerned about that and strongly want to encourage the Commission to hold off on funding that portion. The other piece I want to emphasize is in the RFP, we speak, or in the proposals for the RFP, there's conversation about needing to privilege organizations that have worked with ethnic and LGBT populations previously, but far too often doing so has simply said, we acknowledge they exist, or we have worked with, these populations we promise, without very clear parameters and data about how that is actually demonstrated and its effectiveness. The commitment to work with marginalized communities, it can't be in name only. It must be shown in a measurable way that any applicants, whoever they are, have demonstrated success. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Jason.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Commissioners, thank you. Jason Robinson. I'm with SHARE, the Self-Help and Recovery Exchange in Los Angeles, the California Association of Mental Health Peer and Organizations. I'm also a member of the Client Family Community Inclusion Lived Experience and Diversity Advisory Committee. And I want to emphasize the importance of the stakeholder process, and if there's a way to allow the RFP to allow applicants to demonstrate that a community process and stakeholder input has been included, I think that would be very important. I heard a governmental representative from Greenland use the slogan, "Nothing about us without us," in response to NATO negotiating over the future of Greenland without Greenlanders. So that slogan that is so essential to Innovation Mental Health Services Act, make sure that nothing about us without us is part of this process. And also, I strongly recommend flexibility in the process, as many people have said. Some counties just have great difficulty in being able to bureaucratically support partnerships with small community-based organizations, especially those they don't necessarily have existing contracts with. So while that can be encouraged, I would also hope that projects that demonstrate a clear need outside the existing scope of what the county offers through community-based organizations, that there are strong areas for scoring for those projects as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Laurel.
Good morning again. I want to speak about this is Laurel Ben Hamida, same organizations as earlier. I want to speak about the last minute 20% carve out. I think we've all learned, if we didn't know a few weeks ago, the government is not inherently any more trustworthy than the private sector. And if the SAMHSA debacle and turnaround last week didn't convince people, well, I don't think anything can. But the 20% carve out is premature. Trust has not been built by its proponents with commissioners, staff, and public who have not been trained or even discussed what are the options that have existed and what the outcomes have been with previous private-public partnerships. So I would agree with Stacy and with Chairman Rolette that it's something that needs to be considered, but premature at this time. So discuss it, but certainly don't implement it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Josefina.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to get public comment today. I wanted to, again, speak to the proposal for the 20% carve out, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the public input into the framework. So this process has been open to the public at large over many, many months. All sectors in California have the same invitation. Hundreds of stakeholders have showed up to express their opinions, share their expertise, and lived experience over the many months the process has unfolded. Scholars, researchers, leaders, family members, and individuals with lived experience have showed up to make public comment. Now, this proposal questions the legitimacy of public voice and the testimony of everyone who bothered to take the time to show up to a meeting to share their voice. And that in itself is contrary to the spirit of public engagement. It is very important that this money is strategically invested, and the spirit of the funding is meant to be innovation. But that innovation cannot come at the cost of public input. These are public dollars. And we're in a time where there are not just competing priorities, but there's a need to triage those priorities. And as you've heard many people talk over many months about how communities of color and LGBTQ plus communities are suffering under this new administration. And now is the time for California and California's leaders to continue to step up and create buffer for these communities if they are to avoid erasure. So I would really encourage the commission to adopt the framework, not allocate a 20% carve out at this time without the benefit of a more intensive and transparent public input process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Care Connection.
My name is Michelle, and I work with Care Connection Transport Services. Transportation Services. And I just wanted to highlight what Commissioner Brown was mentioning about the ABC article and the Golden Gate Bridge. We actually come from the same county, and we have a significant need. We're not universal with most other counties in California. We have I recently sat in on a NAMI webinar, and a lot of our funding can be allocated to actually make a difference in mental and behavioral health services. But I just want to note what you guys are doing. I think it's awesome, this innovation, wanting to come up with new plans and how can we really fix what hasn't been working. But I agree with Commissioner Brown, and it shouldn't be an individual disbursement of these funds. It really should be, let's look at everybody and have an earmark and portion it out properly. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Monica. Your line is open.
Thank you. Thank you again. I'm Monica, working in Cultura y Bienestar, which is a mental health preventative program for Latinx community under the umbrella of CRDP. We are, as most of CDEPs now, struggling in this new context of how we are going to continue funding our programs, who has been very successful serving our community. And that's why I have been part very closely to this innovation fund. I'm looking, forward to it to see if I get some support from these funds to continue doing the work that we have been doing for more than 15 years in Alameda County, California. And when I heard, I'm sorry that I'm going to repeat the same that I have heard from Joel, Stacy, Josefina, all who are here, that maybe 20 million a year for 5 years is already not enough, but taking 20% of the top of the Innovation Partnership Fund, actually, I don't think it's going to be helpful for us because we are not going to be able, it's already not enough money. So thinking of getting maybe less than that to support our programs, it's really not to reduce, it's not going to help to reduce disparities of truly support underserved communities. So we are already facing a lot of serious attacks at the federal level. And this is not time to reduce investment in innovation that definitely is going to serve us. So really, I will ask the Commission to really be bold and explicit in giving priority to organizations that are led by and serve BIPOC and LGBTQ communities directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Vaughn.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Vaughn Simmons. I'm with the California Black Women's Health Project. And I wanted to just express deep concern about the 20% carve out behavioral health funds. I do feel like kind of at the 11th hour, given the lack of transparency, stakeholder engagement, I do feel like it's a large decision, and decisions of this magnitude, especially made very late in the process. I believe it risks destabilizing the existing programs, especially the amount of trust that has been built so far. and could potentially disproportionately harm communities that the funds are meant to support for the most part. So I also wanted to just bring attention again to the fact that there does not seem to be any prioritization for protecting BIPOC and LGBTQ communities specifically, especially given what's going on in our current administration. These communities experience well-documented and very persistent disparities in behavioral health access, quality care, and these are often rooted in structural racism, discrimination, and historical underinvestment. So just wanted to kind of call forth that. Again, universal or one-size-fits-all approaches typically do not work for these communities, and they don't address the inequities as well. So without being very intentional and protected, and really being mindful of culturally specific funding disparities, these differences will continue on. So I just wanted to call attention to that. Equity does mean more than inclusion. It means having a targeted investment, shared decision making, and also accountability. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our next comment is from John.
Hi, thank you all. My colleagues have said it very well. I'm not going to use my time to echo their opinions, although I agree with all of them. I'm just going to tell you, here's my case study. I run a very small nonprofit about an hour away from you in San Joaquin County for the LGBTQ community. We're the only community organization that's doing anything to support substance use disorder or mental health in the LGBTQ community. In the last 9 months I've been in this job, I've learned as much as I can about these various programs. I have my county telling me that they're not going to have much money left to give out, and that's not going to be done until July, when my organization is likely to run out of funding. I'm also being told by caseworkers at the county that they're not even doing groups that are focused on LGBT or Black or Latino or even transitional aged youth. And then I come to this panel and hear about a sort of last minute carve out, which concerns me. The purpose of these funds is to try to make our mental health and our behavioral health better for all of our residents. I think that our LGBTQ, our BIPOC, and many other marginalized groups are suffering equally, if not more than others, with our high rates, the rates of drug addiction and et cetera. I'm not going to go into that. All I'm telling you is this is where a small nonprofit leader finds himself at this point in time struggling to help a community. So whatever way you work out your programs, I just need you to understand that the BHSA, I didn't think the intention of the BHSA was to close down CBOs or not support us, but I am beginning to feel like that's the unintended impact on my organization. I do hope we will be able to continue. I do hope we'll be able to be eligible for some of these funds. And I hope that our voices are not lost in this larger planning. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Lueni.
Thank you, Talofa Commissioners. My name is Luani Masina, and I am speaking on behalf of the California Reducing Disparities Project, representing the Essence Amana program, the only CDIP that serves and targets the Pacific Islander population. So first of all, I would like to start off by saying thank you to the commissioners. Over the past several months, we've truly felt heard and we've seen the community feedback reflected in the framework. And so I would like to use my time today just echoing the many folks before me. And I say this as both a service provider and as a concerned community member about the proposal to take the 20% carve out. Funds are already limited as it is, especially for our LGBTQIA plus and BIPOC communities. And I don't want to I know y'all are exhausted. We're exhausted, especially being at all of these meetings and you hearing it over and over again. And so I just want to humbly ask that you stay rooted in the values that have led this hard work and help us and support us in continuing that. And so thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Alberto.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alberto Perez. I work in La Clínica de la Raza in Oakland. I'm the program manager for Cultura y Bienestar, also part of the CRDP family. And first, I want to thank all of you commissioners. It's been a lot of work. I know it's been months in the making, and I really appreciate the process. And I know we didn't get everything we wanted, each and every one of us, but there was a process, and I really think that was really valuable, that you took the time to listen to us and to incorporate as much feedback as you could. That's really great. And with that said, I also want to second what others have said in terms of the last minute carve out of 20% of this funds. I don't think it's a good idea. So I want you to oppose it, or I want to not to be part of this process at this point. I don't think it has had enough community input. I also think that when I read it, it seems very vague in terms of how they or how is it expected this 20% carve out to turn into additional funding. And so because of that, I don't think it's a good time to put it forward at this time. So I want to just to reiterate that as others have. And that's my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Noemi.
Hi, good afternoon. Buenas tardes, Commission. My name is Nomi Tungui. I'm an Indigenous migrant non-binary person residing on Chumash lands in Ventura County. I work for Mixteco Indígena community organizing projects serving alongside my community, and I'm also with the CRDP. I just want to thank you for the democratic process that this commission has created for the Innovation Partnership Fund and the opportunity to be heard during these commissions. While the promotoras here are hearing stories from migrant indigenous people of raids and their families being detained, I'm here providing a listening ear, making sure that we're being heard and served in our community. I'm really concerned about any funding going to nonprofit for-profit or private agencies because I do feel it's a gamble of where it'll be invested and that it'll reach back out directly to our gender expansive BIPOC communities. I agree with Vice Chair Chambers on the concerns and caution about making the big investments to for-profit companies, and that those same companies might then might charge us, and we might indirectly be creating bigger disparities in behavioral health. In the words of Chambers, let's work for the good of the people, not the private. So it's only natural and logical that I do not support the proposal to take 20% carve out of the 5-year total innovation partnership funds for this. I did read the language and it seemed very much surprising to me as someone who has been attending these meetings. So I just thank you for listening to us and really showing that in the final language and framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Anastasio.
Hello, my name is Anastasio Flores. I'm with Asian American Recovery Services Health Right 360 and also with the CRDP. Our CDEP serves Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in San Mateo and San Francisco counties. And thank you for this opportunity. I agree with the speakers before me, Stacy, Joel, Josefina, and Lueni, and the others. I'd like to thank the commission and commission staff too for really working hard to listen to and work with the community stakeholders. We've been blessed to have received funding from our county and the state, but it wasn't until CRDP that we have moved the needle in serving the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander community in San Mateo. We have been able to build capacity, collected data, built trust and relationships with the community leaders and members that have allowed us to reach those in need of behavioral services. We believe the commission should be explicit and prioritizing organizations run by and serving BIPOC and LGBTQ plus communities, which were significantly underrepresented in the original innovation projects, despite the program being well suited to fund CDEPs. At a time when the communities are being singled out and targeted by the federal government, California must stand firm and ensure they are clearly prioritized, effectively served, and actively protected. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Richard.
Good noon, members of the commission. Richard Zaldivar, Executive Director of the Wall Las Memorias, and we provide services here in Los Angeles funded by SAPSI, LA County, and the LA County Mental Health Department. And I'm not going to reiterate many of the comments that we've heard before, but I'm here just to strongly oppose the 20% carve out and ask the commissioners to consider that and maybe revisit that later down the year. I think this is really important. For all of our communities, especially those communities of color and our LGBTQ community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our last comment is from Kim.
Hi, this is Kim Stafford. I'm just speaking as an individual. I agree with the comments about holding off on the 20% carve out. My other comment would be, you know, you don't just keep throwing money at profit making entities. And you identify excuse me, I'm sorry. You identify the most high risk organizations or the most high risk populations, and you fund those. But they all, and also the other thing is in all streams of funding, you have to be measuring specific outcomes of programs. Who's being served. So just be really careful of where you're putting all your money. I agree with the previous speakers. And I just hope this process, when you give a lot of money, or you target these populations, you also have to make sure that they can, that they can be able to stand alone. And oftentimes they may not be able to. So anyway, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last comment.
Thank you, Mariani. We have a statement to be read by Commissioner Margaret Weiss. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Got ahead. All right. Sorry. My apologies. All right. Let me lay out what I think are the options that commissioners have available to them. And then following that, Melissa, I will go to you and to Brenda to make any additional comments, but then to read the three options just for a point of clarity. And again, my apologies, I was thinking ahead. Approve a vote as is for all the IPF dollars and no further discussion around sustainable finance. That's one option. Second option, approve a vote for all the dollars and for innovation partnership grants and to continue the discussion for sustainable finance idea or ideas. And I think it's singular, so idea, at the next round of 20 million. So that's one option. It's second option. Third option, to do a 20% set aside and go to the PAC and BFA for further discussion and vetting. The remaining money goes to the IPF. So if you did a 20% set aside on the 20 million, that would be, of course, 4 million, and then the vetting. I do want to just transition to Brenda. So those are the three things I think we can vote on. I want to transition to Brenda to provide some clarity around a couple of very important points were made in public comment.
Really quick, can we put those options, can we type them out, put them up some way? Not that you didn't do an excellent job of reading them. For those of us who are visual.
Why don't we put our motion up?
Put the motion
Let's
up.
put the slides
Okay.
back up if you wouldn't mind, Cody. There we go. So there's a motion. And this is the motion as we've been kind of discussing it to date, minus this conversation that we've been having today. But adding this conversation in today is, like Chair Rowlett just said, it would be, we could amend or change this motion.
Who added the new motions?
No, it's by Commissioner Carnevale providing the written to, because he's not here today, that's introduced this conversation. So
And
that's why.
I just want to, from the legal procedure, so this is the motion that was in our record. This is what we've talked about. We're proposing to move forward. Commissioner Carnevale, with his proposal, is requesting, or at least, if he was here, I don't want to put words in his mouth, that we would amend this motion to reduce the amount by 20%, so it would be 16 million in that motion. And I do want to make one small tweak, that because the money also goes to TA and evaluation, this would go for grants and contracts, but I'll make sure that that's like more a technicality. But the issue is whether or not we would move forward with an amended motion, or we would go with the one as planned.
Thank you, Chair. So just a clarifying question. If we move forward with the current motion, the current motion encompasses both option 1 and 2 of what you framed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to read option 2. Approve. I'll read the options as I understand them with the assistance from Brenda, and from legal. But also, I'm going to pause and say, why don't you speak to one of the themes that was being shared during the public comment period?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that the framework has already been adopted. That happened at the November meeting. Okay, because I think there was some question of whether or not we're adopting the framework today, and the framework has already been adopted. The idea is that this Commissioner Carnevale's proposal is under that framework, and everything else that everybody else is saying today is all under that framework. The framework's very broad, and so this would fall under that. And I think in terms of the options that the chair read out, and to your point, Commissioner Tsai, is in terms of the first two options. The first one is approve the vote as is, as we see it, and not have any more conversation on, the sustainable finance. The second is approving the vote as is, and then continuing the discussion for sustainable finance in the committees.
And I think that's my issue is, I don't view this proposal as owning the conversation about sustainable finance. I care about sustainable finance. I'm not saying, and I'm happy to discuss the proposal as well, but I just have some concerns with the framing in that. I view this as approving it and not preventing us from talking about this with the next spending cycle. That's the reason why, to me, option 1 and option 2 are built into this, so that's the way I'm interpreting it. Does that?
Yeah. I think just option 1 means that we wouldn't be continuing the conversation. Like the commission can remand it over to.
But I guess I'm asking, why would we need to make a decision today on if we would reevaluate this, potentially years from now? I would suggest that we not. I mean, to me, it's actually a simpler question, which is, do we support this? Whether we want to talk about this, with the next round, or whether, I guess we could make a decision today, but that wouldn't be my preference. One vote of many, I realize. So thank you for clarifying. I think I'm clear now. Hopefully this clarifies.
Can I just say, I agree, and it sounds like I agree with everything that he just said, but it also sounds like a part of these recommendations is putting a pin in any future talk of sustainable funding, which I'm not quite clear why we would want to do that.
That is entirely up to you, and you're correct. Yeah, And I certainly have shared my opinion about that. Other quick comments, yes. Commissioner?
Speaking into the mic. Okay, so if I took the statement and completely removed the idea of sustainable, it would read how it is now, but it does not stop me from bringing it up later to talk about sustainability. Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
I agree with everything that was said around considering just this motion, but I did want to request at a later date, it doesn't have to be now, but to get some clarity on whether the option to actually do a carve out, like is being requested right now, is an allowable use of funds based on the commission's best practices on whether funds like these should be RFP'd out. Because we'd unilaterally be deciding, right, to like carve that out. But then also specifically with these funds, like would it be allowable to carve out these funds for this purpose when it's not tied back to a target population? It's not actually tied back to county services or you know, more specifically what I think the funds were intended for, if that makes sense.
And let me just add a little clarity too in terms of when we say carve out, because I think people are using, maybe thinking different things when we're saying that term. The idea is to just mostly kind of more like put it off to the side to pause and have more continued discussion so that, you know, when the 20 million, if this vote goes through as written up here, the $20 million is going to move forward. We'll do the RFPs for the whole amount. This other option that is being requested is to hold back 4 million for a continued conversation right now. Otherwise, then, you know, we just move forward with the vote here, $20 million out for the RFPs, and then maybe think about it for the next $20 million and stuff.
Got
So
it. That
does that help?
That's
so that
really
we're saying
helpful.
carve out. There's
Yeah.
not, and then as part of that discussion, it would be yes, the whole RFP process, the whole is it an allowable use? Like that's just more discussion. And so
Got
the
it.
question on the table is really, do you want to hold it back now and try to have that conversation so we're holding back some money at this point, or just letting it all go as is and then think of it for the next
Okay,
round?
I think that distinction is super helpful for me because I think we were a little bit feeling like we were talking about this as like a formal proposal. We were like deciding to do it, but I'm very supportive of moving forward with this motion, which does not preclude us from continuing these discussions.
So that goes back to your point, Commissioner Bunch. Yes.
I have a procedural question. Don't we need a specific motion second on each?
Yes,
whatever
you
we're
would
gonna
have to,
vote?
before you go to a vote, I would have one commissioner motion for this or motion for the amended, right, for 16 million, and then I would need a second on that same motion, and we call the vote.
And discussion of the.
Yeah, and we could have
Yes,
discussion,
but
correct.
whatever it is, everyone has to be separate. It's, if someone wants to make this motion.
Correct.
And then. if
Or
someone
they
wants
say,
to,
I don't want this motion, I want the amended version. Yes.
Well, procedurally, wouldn't they move to amend it? Isn't
Yes,
that-
they would move to
Okay.
amend.
Thank you.
This. Yes. So that would be somebody proposing
So if
to
no
move
one
forward
does,
with this, correct.
then it's
Then
not
it
on the
stands,
table at all.
correct.
Okay.
100% correct. So that's why we've only presented one, because this is the motion. If a commissioner wants to move to amend the 20 to 16, so that we set aside the 4 million for further discussion at PAC or BFA, that, you know, to be determined, right? But then that's the motion we would move forward with. Otherwise, if we have a commissioner who moves with this and we get a second for this, we would run that vote.
Okay, I see 4 commissioners who want to make comment, and then I'm going to really, we're going to call this Brown, Fairweather, and Gordon, and Palmano. Okay. I shook you off. Brown.
Commissioner or Chair Roulette, I would like to actually make a motion and then have a discussion after that motion. My motion would be to, as you state, Sandra, amend this to the 16 million authorized immediately. And I would say not carve out, but partition 4 million to be set aside for the time being, and for us to come back and have further discussion about that. The problem is that if we approve this motion, there's no money this year to be available potentially for leveraging and for matching other sources that we'd have. And I think that this idea of carving 16 million out is still the lion's share of what money is here. I think it's a fairly modest amount that's carved out. And I think that it does give us this ability to be innovative ourselves as the commission, to not do what we've always done and just parse out the money individually to these grants. This could be, it's innovative, it may not be, but we have to come up, I think, with a framework. I think it ties in with our discussion about the strategic plan later on. And I'm afraid that if we don't take action to partition that money away, we've already reduced the 100 million over 5 years already by 20% as to what would be available to do this. I don't think it's an out of line ask. And I would remind the commission, we have had discussion about this. We have ventilated this several times publicly before. And there was consensus, I think, at the last meeting that Commissioner Carnevale, his suggestion would be brought back and that it would be considered when we did make the decision on these funds. So my motion would be to change that to 16.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? It's an amendment. I'm sorry. He's amending the motion. Do we have a second to amend the motion to reduce the 20 million to 16 million? Commissioner?
I think to Commissioner Brown, my question is there any guarantee that we get, can I ask that question? Because I'm not amending, I'm not giving a second, I'm asking a question.
I need a second on this motion to amend. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Gordon. So now we can discuss on the floor, we have the amended motion to remove the 20 to 16 and partition $4 million of the IPF fund for this coming calendar fiscal year for further analysis.
So my question is I know there are no guarantees, but for that $4 million set aside, this is to create partnerships. It's kind of, help me, is it or is it not? So I just want to know, again, can we articulate what that $4 million would be for? Because what do we
I'm going to
get
take
back
the
for
chair
that?
prerogative and just say that it is to have a discussion at the PAC for a sustainable financing fund or option, and that's what it's for. And it is it is outlined in Commissioner Carnevale's proposal. Okay. Yeah. And the
Okay. Well,
with the PAC, with the Program Advisory Committee, with the Program Advisory Committee, and with the Budget and Finance Committee. Okay.
So for those individuals who may be in our audience, for those who may be here who still aren't clear on it, can that be articulated at that time, at this time right now?
Certainly that would be my hope, yes. Yes. If the motion is, yes.
Okay.
But we have a first and a
So
second.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from commissioners before we take this to a vote?
Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah, I would just like to know how soon this can be brought back for a decision one way or the other. I just feel also that there hasn't been sufficient discussion of this to fully understand the benefits, the potential benefits of it. And I think it's worth at least one more discussion. But I'm sensitive to the fact that that shouldn't take months and months and months. Can that be done within the next month or two?
Commissioner Gordon and other commissioners, and for members of the public, my understanding is that the next PAC and BFA meetings, and that's Program Advisory Committee and Budget and Finance Advisory Committee, are in February and in April. Okay. Yes.
Point of clarification. This is the whole thing is 100 million. It's 20 million a year. So this 20 million going out the door, whatever happens with next year's 20 million, next year's, can be different. So it's really would impact not 20% of the opportunity for, a new proposal, but, and I'm really bad at math, that's why I went to law school, but 4%, yeah?
To all the lawyers out there, hope you heard that. Thank you. Yes. Okay. And remember, Commissioner Brown did not use the word carve out. He used the word partition. Okay. All right. Commissioner Tsai.
So I agree with Commissioner Gordon that, to me, this amendment feels rushed. And I think we've heard from the community a similar sentiment. I think further discussion is helpful and necessary. But in reviewing the full proposal, I actually have more questions. While I appreciate the thought in the proposal, I have more questions than answers after reviewing the proposal. And I think that partitioning out 20% of funding that has been fairly thoroughly discussed with the community already, I would be challenged with. I recognize that the amendment and the motion's already moving forward, and so we'll vote. But I wanted to make that statement before we proceed.
I'm going to ask for those of you who've already spoken, if there are commissioners who have not had a chance to share, to speak, and then we're going to call the vote. Commissioner Bontrager and then Commissioner Margaret Weiss.
Yeah, I guess I just see it differently. I think by partitioning $4 million, we're actually slowing it down. We're not rushing to judgment. We're saying we're going to partition $4 million for further consideration and analysis. If we choose to go with the full $20 million now, we foreclose that opportunity today, right now, which is a rush to judgment. So I'm suggesting that actually we're slowing it down by partitioning that $4 million for further analysis.
Yes, Commissioner. Commissioner, could you go back and just clarify what you mean by slowing it down? Could you?
I'm saying it's more a thoughtful approach. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I see it as a way of not foreclosing the opportunity that we partition this $4 million and we have further discussion. So I'm saying it's a more thoughtful approach to do it this way.
All right. Yes.
So I think where I continue to just struggle a little bit with this is we have a whole new system. And that system is that discussion would happen again with PAC. We don't have all commissioners participating in PAC. Then we come back to the full commission and this discussion happens over again. And it's, well, so what does this mean? And yet we have Commissioner Carnevale's proposal here. And for some of us, the first time we're looking at it is here today. And so there isn't really, this is where we have questions. And I guess the urgency, and this is kind of where we had discussions before, is with, if there's a deficit, the governor might look at this and say, right, and this is why we wanted the whole 20 million out. And I understand if it's only 16 million and what that looks like. But I think to Commissioner Tsai's point is getting this out, the discussion doesn't end. We have much more time to be thoughtful of what that would look like, holding back, talking about further development, partnerships, what that could look like. I feel like it buys us actually more time to be more thoughtful in the discussion, in the planning later on. So I just wanted to say that.
I'm just gonna ask again. It's only for commissioners who haven't spoken, and again, I respectfully, you all voted me in as chair, and so here it is. So I'm going to go with Commissioner Callan, and then we've got to make an opportunity for public comment on this, okay? And so, Commissioner Callan, you're going to be the last person to speak, and then we're going to go to public comment. Thank you.
I'll be quick. I think what I'm hearing is we just don't want to vote on something today that is going to prevent us from, this is new and I feel we don't know what we don't know yet. And I just don't want to limit our ability to make changes in the future as we learn, as we move forward and have more information. So I agree with the last two commissioners.
The chair is going to ask Sandra to please share her comments.
I just wanted to confirm, because I'm getting turned around a little bit, but just so folks know that we have a motion on the table right now for 16 million, correct? It's the same with 16 million with the partition for the 4 million to go to, and I'm going to read out, the commission would partition 4 million of this fiscal year for further analysis going to the PAC and the BFA committee. If we stuck to the original, this one here, there can always be discussion on out years of what to do with that money. That money is up for grabs for the next 4 fiscal years. So right now, what we're only considering is current fiscal year. I just want to make sure that there's clarity on that.
Okay. Commissioner Gordon.
Why would there necessarily be a requirement to take it back through committees if our idea was to try to resolve it quickly and have a full discussion as soon as we possibly could?
So the idea is to take it back to the committee, not for this discussion here, but it's to take it to the committee. Well, I guess 2 things. One is if the motion as amended passes, then it's taking it to the committees to develop whatever that proposal would be that would then come back to this commission. So it would be a more articulated proposal. If this motion does not pass and we go back to the original motion, which we could do, and then pass the original motion, if that passes, that doesn't prevent the committees from still, the commission from like I said, assigning it to the 2 committees or whatever committees to continue talking about it for, say, the next round of $20 million.
Well, why couldn't it be just that this motion would take it to the commission immediately? Why? How does the requirement to go to the committees come back again if we want to make a motion now to do it more quickly? I hear the resistance being that it will take a long time, and that's not reasonable. I think we could suspend the committees for the sake of making sure we have a full discussion of this option.
I think that's just the way that it's set up, is for the committees to go do the work and formulate it, so that it's because right now there's a lot of questions on the actual proposal, and so there would need to be more work done on it, and that's what we have the committee structure for, is to do that kind of elbow grease work to get it articulated into a format that would then be brought back for the commission to understand and to deliberate on.
All right, thank you, commissioners.
Just one point of clarification.
Okay, Commissioner Brown, I'm going to ask you to hold, and then I'm going to just go right to public comment.
We actually already heard public comment for this item, so I think we're good.
Not on the amended, not for the amended.
This is on the amended item to be able to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, well then never mind. We have 1 in-person comment from Ash. Oh, sorry, we have 2 in-person comments.
Test. Hi, again, Ash. Welcome. I just wanted to thank the commission for honoring the voices of the community, and that is all. Thank you.
And if everyone in the public could really keep your comments, brevity would be appreciated. We understand this is a very important discussion and want to honor and make sure that everyone in the community has an opportunity to speak. Thank you, Stacy.
Stacy Hiramoto, Remco. I'm just disappointed. The community has spoken to me, and there have been times when, and I know we can't win every time, but it takes a lot for them to come. And then when it feels like their voices are just disregarded, because again, I'm very confused about the motion. I don't know why this has to be done so fast when it could be put off till next year. I really feel that for many of us, and I think many of the commissioners too, to understand the proposal, it's going to take more than just one quick meeting. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. We currently have 4 online comments. Our first comment is from Joel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, we have heard loud and clear from those individuals who have taken time out of their lives, like all of you have, of course, to make their comments about this. And I think it was loud and clear that the proposal from Commissioner Carnavale, which we are now talking about carving out money to make happen, was vague, was rushed, and was certainly, I'm guessing, would not be approved were it an RFP before this commission. It has very little detail. And so to hear Commissioner Gordon say, why can't we just approve it, concerns me even more greatly. Super concerned. You've heard loud and clear from the commission, I'm sorry, from the community that this is rushed, that this is not ready. Take another bat next year. But to take the $4 million right now seems premature and irresponsible. I'm sorry, I can't say it any other way. I do appreciate the depth of conversation, but come on, you would not approve this proposal were it sitting before you in an RFP.
Thank you, Joel. Our next comment is from Laurel.
This is Laurel Ben Hamida again. I guess I would say trust, trust, trust. You've built a lot of trust in the last year when trust had been lost previously. You risk losing trust now by accepting this proposal and implementing it now. Build trust. The people who want this 20% carve out need to take their time, do their homework in terms of building the trust with stakeholders over the next year, if they can, okay? But to reward this kind of late book report with exactly what is asked will not build trust. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Our next comment is from Noemi.
Yeah, I would say, Noemi from My Cup. I would say I'm frustrated about this motion, this last minute motion. To be frank, I see older white men who are voting on this. They're not the priority population. They don't have to go through what our communities are facing every single day. And now I have to go back to my community and let them know that the few funds that we're already fighting for are now being reduced. And it's just painful, honestly, because we're taking time away from cases to be here today. It feels very unprofessional for this commission to be making such a vote. So yeah, just disappointed in you and in the folks who are not speaking up about this in this commission. You're sitting here for a reason. Use your voice, use your power. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Kim.
I'm curious on how many members of this commission have even read through the report and understand that they've received your information and been able to fully understand the implementation of this, you know. That concerns me a little bit. I think I don't even know that the commission members are super clear on this. And I guess that concerns me. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Our last comment is from Lueni.
Alofa, I would just like to echo everyone that has gone before me. Once again, urging the commission to please reconsider the reduction of innovation funds. This just shifts resources away from our very communities that have once again been pushed to the side for many, many years. And so please do reconsider and think about the long lasting consequences of this choice of our communities. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, is that the last public comment?
That is the last comment.
All right, folks.
If I could make just a brief comment, I wanted to say that to the commission and to members of the public that I am deeply appreciative of your candor and your ability to have discourse in what is always a respectful manner. This is what public service is all about, and that we demonstrate to the public that while we represent a diversity of perspectives and viewpoints, that all viewpoints have strengths. Everyone's that is represented at this commission. And that at no point today have I experienced that one group has tried to impose anything that I would consider objectionable on another group. So thank you for your discourse. You all have done a splendid job at demonstrating to the public. We are going to be transparent in front of you. We're going to agree and disagree in front of you, and we're going to represent the constituencies that we're privileged to represent in a way that I think really does advance what is the best for our state of California. With that, Sandra, to you for the vote.
On the floor, we have a motion and a second that the commission approve the Innovation Partnership Fund grant procurement outline not to exceed $16 million and authorizes the executive director to conduct the competitive solicitation, issue a notice of intent to award to the highest ranked proposers, and execute all resulting grant and contract agreements in accordance to the approved outline plan and applicable procurement laws. The commission would partition $4 million of this coming fiscal year's funding for further analysis by the PAC and the BFA committees to come back to the commission for full review. Let's go. Commissioner, sorry.
Point of clarification, and that is that if these monies are partitioned off, and we have the subsequent discussion in more depth and have this plan, if it were to not be adopted in the future, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no reason that we couldn't say that money can go back into the pot.
Go to future.
And you can still go ahead and with the RFP process. The point I'm making is if we don't do this, there is no money this year to do anything innovative from the standpoint of sustained finance. And that's why I think it's so important that we at least hit the pause button and not lose the opportunity. Ultimately, it may not be adopted, but if it is adopted, I think that we've lost 20% of the funding that we'd have available if this funding, assuming that funding sustains for 5 years. So I just want that to be a point of clarification.
Thank you. I want the commissioners online to please, if you are voting, to unmute your lines and to turn your camera on, as we need that for the record. No, just one, the 16 million. Just this, yes. If this fails, we go back to the original motion. Okay. Ready to go. Commissioner Alvarez, marked absent. Commissioner Baer, marked absent. Commissioner Burnick, marked absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch.
No.
Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale, marked absent. Commissioner Contreras.
No.
Commissioner Designee Swartz. No. Commissioner Cross.
No.
Commissioner Fairweather.
No.
Commissioner Fernandez.
No.
Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Pulmano. No. Commissioner Hill, marked absent. Commissioner Larson.
No.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
No.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson, marked absent. Commissioner Southard.
No.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Aye.
Commissioner Sy.
No.
Commissioner Wilkes.
No.
Commissioner Chambers.
No.
Commissioner Roulette.
Aye.
The motion fails.
I want to move the original motion.
A second.
Second.
The original motion was Pulmano? Yes. Okay, seconded by? Madrigal Weiss. So we have the motion on the screen. Again, commissioners joining us online, unmute your lines. We have a motion and a second for the motion that's on the screen. Commissioners online, please make sure to have your camera on and unmute your lines. Commissioner Alvarez, marked absent. Commissioner Baer, marked absent. Commissioner Burnick, marked absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Abstain.
Commissioner Brown.
No.
Commissioner Bunch. Aye. Commissioner Callan.
Abstain.
Commissioner Carnivale, marked absent. Commissioner Contreras.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Swartz. Aye. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Designee Pulmano. Aye. Commissioner Hill, marked absent. Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson, marked absent. Commissioner Southard.
No.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Abstain.
Commissioner Sy.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilkes.
Yes.
Commissioner Chambers.
Abstain.
Commissioner Roulette.
Abstain.
The motion passes.
Commissioners, thank you for what I think was a great conversation. Now, if staff can tell me what we're planning to do now. You get to go get something to eat and close session for the commissioners. Sandra, I've written all over my notes, so if you could just read where we are in terms of the notes about, here, I have it. Okay. Now, where are we here? No, we are very much behind. So we are going to be reordering our agenda items and skipping agenda item 9 for now. We're going to agenda item 10. We will pause and allow commissioners to grab lunch and enter the closed session to discuss the evaluation process for the executive director per California Government Code Section 11126 subsection A. Before we move to closed session, we will take public comment on this item. No? No.
No, on closed session.
Afterwards, we will take a public comment on the closed session, not on lunch. I will tell you what we had when we return. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the meeting. I hope you online and certainly the commissioners who were eating lunch enjoyed their lunch. I'll ask Sandra to please reestablish quorum with commissioner roll call.
Commissioner Alvarez, marked absent. Commissioner Baer, marked absent. Commissioner Burnick, marked absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Here.
Commissioner Carnivale, marked absent. Commissioner Contreras.
Here.
Commissioner Designee Swartz. Here. Commissioner Cross.
Here.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Gordon.
Here.
Commissioner Designee Pulmano. Commissioner Hill, marked absent. Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss.
Here.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard.
Here.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Here.
Commissioner Sy.
Here.
Commissioner Wilkes.
Present.
Commissioner Chambers. Commissioner Roulette.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Prior to agenda item 9, I'd like to ask now correctly Commissioner Madrigal Weiss and Commissioner Gordon to make comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. At this time, I would like to recuse myself from participating in today's discussion on Agenda Item 9 and any related decisions concerning the Behavioral Health Student Services Act, grants pursuant to Political Reform Act Government Code Section 87100. My employer, the San Diego County Office of Education, currently receives BHSSA grant funding and may apply for future BHSSA grants or contracts. Involvement in decisions regarding BHSSA grants or contracts could affect the San Diego County Office of Education's financial interest. To prevent any potential or actual conflict of interest, I am removing myself from this agenda item. I will not participate in any discussions, deliberations, or votes related to the BHSSA grants or contracts. Thank you.
As the county superintendent of schools here in Sacramento County, I recuse myself for largely the same reasons.
And my apologies, commissioners, as you're leaving the room, and Commissioner Margaret Weiss and Commissioner Gordon. During closed session, no action was taken, and there were no items to report on. And now we'll move on to agenda item 9. As you'll see on the screen, the Program Advisory Committee met. You'll hear that they met on December 15, 2025, and heard a proposal on how to spend administrative and evaluation funds for the Behavioral Health Services Act grant. We will hear from Melissa again. Thank you, Melissa, for being the star of the day. And Melissa, please begin your presentation.
All right. Thank you, Chair Roulette. And I'm going to try to go through my slides quickly so that we can catch up on our agenda. Okay, so our goal today is to hear staff's ideas for spending 2 separate buckets of money. Both are one-time funds associated with the Behavioral Health Student Services Act. The first bucket is administrative funds, of which we have $5.1 million left to encumber, and the second bucket is from our evaluation funds, and we have $9.2 million in one-time funds left to spend there. By way of just a quick reminder, the BHSSA is primarily a local assistance funding mechanism. We have granted out $280 million to 57 of the 58 counties throughout California, and to support those local assistance grants, we also have technical assistance and evaluation and learning components built in as well. So the proposal today will be in supporting both the local assistance as well as adding some components in alignment with BHSA. Okay, so right now, for the administrative funds, we received $25 million. Of those, most have been encumbered and have gone to support staff positions, technical assistance contracts, and other components. We need to encumber the remaining 5.1 by June 30th of this year. And then on the evaluation side, we received $16.6 million in one-time funds to support evaluation. We've encumbered $7.4 million, primarily through contracts with WestEd and local evaluator stipends, and we still have $9.2 that needs to be encumbered again by the June 30th due date. I kind of already went over what the funds currently support. I'm trying to see if there's anything I left out. For the administrative bucket, it does support some software and IT infrastructure. And what we're recommending, encumbering the remaining funds to support additional software solutions to support our grant management, additional technical assistance to support statewide suicide prevention training, so to amend our current TA contract, to implement substance use disorder pilots in schools who are already doing work for youth who are justice involved and or at risk of school failure, and then using the evaluation dollars to support a school behavioral health performance management system, which is in alignment with the BHSSA legislation and what the commission is meant to use the evaluation dollars to support. Okay, so I'm going to go into some detail, and each of these items has its own motion. So I'll go into some detail, but you'll be voting to approve each of these individually. Okay, so the first item is the technical assistance for suicide prevention training. You'll be hearing later today about the legislation associated with this item, but for the use of the one-time funds, our goal is to amend the existing contract with the Center for Applied Research Solutions, who currently is providing training and technical assistance to our 57 BHSSA grantees and their partners. We would use these one-time funds to develop online suicide prevention training modules available at no cost to teachers and staff, parents and students to identify, support, and refer students who may be experiencing thoughts of suicide. We're proposing to amend the contract up to $1.5 million to support this effort. So the scope of work would include convening subject matter experts to develop online suicide prevention training modules for those teachers, staff, parents, and students, to develop 3 to 6 training modules that are trauma-informed, culturally relevant, and developmentally appropriate, and also work with state and local agencies to support the dissemination of these training activities. There may be other capacity building and training activities that CARS could support. So again, these funds would be encumbered by June 30th. The CARS contract, if approved, would be amended in early spring to incorporate this new scope of work with a project start date of May 1, 2026, going through October 30th, 2027. So an 18-month scope of work for that component of the TA. All right. Also using the administrative one-time funds, we're proposing to use $3.6 million to align BHSSA with BHSA and increase access to SUD services for school-aged youth. So we propose, and I do, for transparency's sake, I want to note that in our program advisory committee meeting, we had initially proposed to do this through a competitive grant process, but we realized after the PAC meeting that we, in order to encumber these funds by the June 30th due date, we don't have time to go through a competitive process. And we also, in looking at our current grantees, discovered that there are only a handful that are currently doing any sort of SUD prevention in schools. So what we're proposing is that we amend those contracts or add funds to existing BHSSA grantees who are already doing work in this area to help expand and augment the SUD work that they're doing in this pilot kind of fashion. So this would be to disperse the 3.6 across 5 to 6 existing partnerships or existing grantees to plan for and integrate and expand substance use prevention and early intervention services to address the interconnected risk factors that drive SUD in adolescents. So the scope of work could include, but is not limited to, combining mental health and substance use education for an integrated workforce development approach, enhancing mental health and substance use screening and early interventions that are coordinated and integrated, foster integrated school climate that embraces the intersection of mental health and SUD, engage community, including partnerships and family outreach, and then coordinate with California-wide existing funding streams, initiatives, and legislative mandates. The learnings from this SUD pilot would also inform our planning for the $7.6 million that the Commission receives in an ongoing fashion for BHSSA, and I think would be really valuable for helping us to transition BHSSA under BHSA. Sorry, there's so many acronyms that are very similar. So the timeline here is similar. These funds need to be encumbered by June 30th. We've already kind of gauged the grantees who would be most able to expand and launch these pilots. So we would have a anticipated project start date of July 1, 2026 that would go for 2 years, ending on June 30th, 2028. All right. Last is the considerations for BHSSA evaluation funds. So our proposal is to establish an RFP. So this would be actually, oops. Oh, wait. What happened here? All right, sorry. So this would be to establish a competitive sorry, I'm just getting the slides I printed are not matching. Okay, I'll just read from the slides up on the screen. So the existing BHSSA law requires that the commission develop metrics and a performance outcomes monitoring system for publicly reporting on the performances of services provided. And those services really vary, again, by the county/grantee. There have been certain barriers in kind of launching this component of the effort, but we're now able to, I think, have a handle on what the grantees are doing and what supports they need. And our goal would be to develop, through these funds, to develop a comprehensive framework and tools to assess, track, and improve the quality, effectiveness, and sustainability of school behavioral health services. So we would establish an RFP to support the development of school behavioral health performance management systems to monitor implementation and measure outcomes using $9 million of our available one-time funds. And this would fund performance management in up to 6 LEAs, which would include a certain number of schools within those LEAs that are current participants in the BHSSA grant program. So this key components of this behavioral health management system would include to document resources across the tiers of service from tier 1 to tier 3, to access system strengths, areas for improvement and gaps, establish goals and metrics to evaluate system performance, track and evaluate student academic behavioral health outcomes, use data-driven strategies for quality improvement, and each grantee would pilot test the development and implementation of behavioral health performance management in the 3 schools, so 3 schools within each LEA, or a total of 18 entities, and then develop a final plan to scale up the system to be used in other schools and districts. So somewhat of a pilot effort as well towards the goal of being able to implement statewide at the end of the grant. So encumber the funds by June 30th. We are in the process of developing the RFP, and if approved, we would release the RFP tomorrow so that we could launch this effort July 1, 2026, and have 2 years to spend it. All right, so I know that was there's a lot of different components to it, but and the one I mentioned, the grant management software, but essentially the estimates we've gotten are about $200,000 to launch the first year of a grant management software solution. This would be very helpful for BHSSA because we currently have around 135 different grant agreements, and no system to really systematically track data and inputs from grantees. So this would be a really helpful infrastructure improvement for the commission. And then the TA for suicide prevention training at $1.5 million, amending the contract with CARS, and then our $3.6 million in SUD service integration pilots. And then on the evaluation side, encumbering $9 million through a competitive RFP process to build out school behavioral health performance management systems. Okay, so with that, again, each of these has its own motion, but before we go into those specific motions, I will stop and turn it back over to you, Chair Roulette.
Thank you, Melissa. Questions from commissioners? Yes. We'll start with Karen Larson, and then we'll go Commissioner Pomona.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm going back to a few years ago when I was a county director and BHSSA came out, and as I remember, the intent was for county behavioral health and school districts to build partnerships and ensure that K-12, especially students, had access to behavioral health services on campus. Well, now the counties aren't responsible for the K-12 population as much, right? Like that aren't specialty mental health. And so we've switched over to this all-payer master fee schedule, whatever the name is today. And I think only half of our school districts have adopted that. So I'm just wondering if there was a conversation at the PAC, which I am not a part of, about choosing these technical assistance projects over something that is more in line with the original intent of the BHSSA, which is sustainability of services on campus.
So the SUD pilots and the suicide prevention work specifically, whether at PAC we discussed
really whether there was any discussion around technical assistance around this all-payer fee schedule and ensuring that those services are sustainable.
Oh, that work is already happening with the CARS contract through their technical assistance to grantees. We once the fee schedule was established, we made sure to amend to write our CARS contract so that they would be working with grantees on implementing that component.
I guess my question would be, why wouldn't we expand that, since only half of the districts are doing it, to ensure that we have sustainable funding for K-12 services?
Thank you, Commissioner Larson. My thinking is, with the BHSA highest needs population piece of it, because DHCS has that piece of it, right? So for working with the managed care plans, commercial plans, the schools under CYBHI, right? So I guess I'm just trying to see, wouldn't that be them, and then we would be doing something, a little bit more to the highest needs populations?
I'm all in favor of us focusing our resources on priority populations. I've probably made that very clear. I just think in this transition moment from MHSA to BHSA, providing technical assistance to ensure that everyone receives the services that were intended, and especially with this funding stream, which this was the intention, yeah.
Clarity, Brenda, on your statement. All right, and this is just me understanding where we're heading. So if the priority populations are probably the most highest acute, right, of the kids, right? Well, I mean, for in this context, right, is the kids, and then everybody else is, because of the new law, everyone else is now will be served by the what do they call it? Commercial
Managed care plans. Mm-hmm.
Managed care plans.
Private plans.
So until they have to stay sick enough, and this is just clear, so everyone get so that's they got to stay sick enough for us to, this technical assistance is for the sick, for them to be sick, and then once they get unsick, they get dropped down to a commercial plan where we don't have no idea. But I know we're being told they have these responsibilities, and tomorrow we'll hear more about what are their duties. But I think I feel completely worried and scared. For anybody, because I don't know where they're gonna fall to. The sickest kids, and when they're not as sick, they go somewhere else, and then the other services that's supposed to be keeping them not as sick are keeping them keeping them, I don't know. It just seems really confusing and scary that we're going to drop all these people off to plans we have no idea, and those are still our people. Culturally, they're just not as sick, or to get ACT, FAC, or whatever for the kids that they would be getting, right?
Sorry.
This is layman. I'm talking very layman.
Yep. And so I think the point with the all-payer fee schedule is that kids get services no matter, behavioral health services no matter what. It's kind of payer agnostic. They get the services they need. The payments being worked out on the back end. I think what Commissioner Larson is saying is, do we want to spend some of our BHSSA funds to help get more folks onto the, to help more?
So who's the payer? Just to the county? Who would be getting?
Well, for the all payment fee schedule, those are the commercial plans and the Medi-Cal managed care plans and private plans. So that's what the fee schedule is for. County behavioral health is funded differently, and those are our higher needs kids. So if I'm a kid in a school, and say I'm a say Al and I are both kids in a school, right?
Okay.
Right. And so, Al has like a need for more non-specialty services, but I have a need for, which are done by the Medi-Cal managed care plans and the commercial plans. And then I have a need for more specialty care by the county behavioral health department. It's like, we're both going to get served. We should both be getting services.
Who's going to guarantee you get services?
That's how, from when they adopted to sign
So the
on to
school goes-
the
the
all-payer
school
fee
goes,
schedule, yep, so then they should get, and on the county side, it's it's entitlement on both sides. If they're Medi-Cal, it's entitlement on both sides, but then basically, we're both gonna get services, but we don't have to worry about who's making the payment, like, our families don't need to worry about who's making the payment.
So everyone's going to get served, so I shouldn't be worried that
That's the
all
design.
kids is going to be served, and all we need to worry about is, right now, is the kids that's on the specialty.
I think you're saying that for the BHSSA
Yeah, is that the
project, because it's funded with BHSA dollars, then it's focused on the highest needs kids. And actually, if you look at the original act, it always said the highest needs kids, but which is why Karen's saying that's always the spirit. But I think the point is like the landscape has changed. So I think that's what Commissioner Larson is saying. Is like the landscape has changed as we're kind of shifting things around. Given that we haven't seen the uptake on the fee schedule that we'd like to see in the state, is there anything these funds could be getting used for to help more of them uptake on the fee schedule?
I
which
do
takes
think
pressure off the behavioral
that
health.
there's going to be. I wouldn't say don't worry, because I think as these things are happening, that there are holes that will need to be fixed. I think, a really good question that you just asked is who's going to make sure that I'm getting served, right? Because to me, doing the work and being there, I think that's definitely a hole. And I think sometimes there's a disconnect between what we're seeing on paper and what's happening in practice. So I wouldn't necessarily say just don't worry. I just think it's things that we have to continue to talk about and address and think about.
Well, because I just see I'm losing a lot of money on this ECM thing, and I have some people that are supposed to be low acute, and this is not a kid, but these are adults, and I'm trying to advocate to the plan, but I know if I go to the county, somebody's gonna, I don't know, I know for a fact that, I don't know, that if the person is for county services, they're gonna get the services, and I've been fighting with this plan to try to get the other people, and they're supposed to be low, and the people are coming out of hospitals, and they're really sick, and they probably should be served. So who's making sure that these people, then they got to get a referral. Who at the county to give them the referral to get into this specialty mental health? I'm in real time, and I'm trying to figure it out too, because then I'm like, some of these people need more help, and I don't know. This is separate. Please, Chair.
Yeah.
I know you already feel it.
So, it's a good question, Commissioner Larson. Do you feel like you had your question answered? Okay. Commissioner Palmalo.
Just a comment on the SUD services integration. I think one of the slides says focus on justice involved, and I can't recall the other. I just wanted to mention that the rural communities are suffering and have a higher rate of opioid-related deaths, sometimes double off, like a lot of doubles, sometimes even triple. And I think that staff needs to be cognizant when we are looking at, whom and what we are funding. For example, the mobile narcotic treatment programs that are going to rural areas to provide MAT services. So I wanted to highlight that so that I feel like the things that we are seeing are generalizations, and I know that staff are doing this, but I just wanted to make sure that I mention. On the evaluation, I think staff knows I struggle with all this money that is going to eval, because I think last year I said, what are we buying with this evaluation? What data are we getting? The value of this eval. But again, if you are going to pick I think you said 6 LEAs that participate in that BHSSA grant program. Again, I'd like rural communities, rural LEAs, even, a partnership of rural LEAs to be part of that evaluation. We really need to know what our rural communities need and our rural population, because the reality is they are feeling, and rightfully so, underserved. That's it.
Yes, Commissioner.
I feel like this discussion's kind of gotten off track. This project was a legislative initiative. It was in competition to the fee schedule and that whole project. The legislature felt this was a more effective way to spend the money. It was a lot less money. That project has its own evaluation, and I think I'm a little bit conflicted here because my hope is that this evaluation shows that this approach is more effective, and it has nothing to do with the health plans.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments right now from commissioners? So we have a motion on the screen. And there are no additional commission. I'm going to move to public comment in a moment, and no additional commissioner comments, so we're going to go to public comment.
We do not have any public comment for this item.
Okay. Thank you, Omariani. Appreciate that. Public comment is closed. I entertain, and this is the first of four motions, that the commission will be entertaining. So again, the motion is on the screen that the commission approve the procurement of a grant management software for the estimated amount of $200,000 in BHSA administrative funds. Do I have a motion? Thank you. Second?
Second.
Great. We have a first with Pumano, second with Cross. For the motion put on the board for that the commission approve the procurement of grant management software for an estimated amount of $200,000 coming from the BHSSA administrative funds. Commissioner Alvarez, marked absent. Commissioner Bear, marked absent. Commissioner Burnick, marked absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale, marked absent. Commissioner Contreras.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Swartz. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Pumano. Commissioner Hill, marked absent. Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Aye.
Commissioner Sy.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilkes. Commissioner Chambers.
Aye.
Commissioner Roulette.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners. Our next motion, that the commission approve amending the BHSSA TA Provider Center for Applied Research Solutions contract number 24 MHSOAC 061 to provide an additional $1.5 million in BHSSA administrative funds for technical assistance for suicide prevention. Do I have a motion from the commission? Yeah, it's been moved and seconded. Thank you both.
We have a motion and a second for the motion on the screen for the commission to approve amending the BHSSA TA provider contract to provide an additional $1.5 million in BHSSA administrative funds for technical assistance for suicide prevention. Commissioner Alvarez, marked absent. Commissioner Bear, marked absent. Commissioner Burnick, marked absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale, marked absent. Commissioner Contreras.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Swartz. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Pumano. Commissioner Hill. Marked absent. Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Aye.
Commissioner Sy.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilkes? Oh. Commissioner Wilkes? Commissioner Chambers? Commissioner Roulette?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, now we have a third motion, that the commission approve the disbursement of $3.6 million in BHSSA administrative funds for the assistance.
Second.
It's for substance abuse disorder. Thank you so much, Palmano, and pilots and grant amendments based on the grantee capacity and interest. Thank you.
So I have a first from Pomano and a second from?
Cross.
Cross. Thank you. Motion is on the table. The commission approved the disbursement of $3.6 million in BHSSA administrative funds for substance use disorder services integration pilots through grant amendments based on grantee capacity and interest. Commissioner Alvarez, marked absent. Commissioner Bear, marked absent. Commissioner Burnick, marked absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale, marked absent. Commissioner Contreras. Commissioner Designee Swartz. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Pomano. Commissioner Hill, marked absent. Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett.
Aye.
Commissioner Sy.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilkes. Commissioner Chambers.
Aye.
Commissioner Roulette.
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, the last of our four motions, that the commission approves the school behavioral health performance management systems procurement outline plan not to exceed $9 million and authorizes the executive director to conduct the competitive solicitation, issue a notice of intent to award to the highest ranking proposers or proposer, and execute all resulting grant agreements in accordance with the approved outline plan and applicable procurement laws. Do I have a motion? Thank you, sir. A second?
A second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
The motion is on the screen that the commission approve the BHSSA procurement outline plan for school behavioral health performance management systems not to exceed $9 million in evaluation funds and authorizes the executive director to conduct the competitive solicitation, issue a notice of intent to award to the highest ranked proposers, and execute all resulting contract and grant agreements in accordance with the approved outline plan and applicable procurement laws. Commissioner Alvarez, marked absent.
Can I ask
Commissioner,
a
yes.
clarifying question? Is there an opportunity for that? Right? Okay. What does that mean? A performance management system, behavioral health performance management system. I just need to know what I'm voting on. What does that mean?
So it could differ by school or LEA, but essentially it's to a system to track and monitor and collect information and data on services and supports available in that school for students so that the school can make decisions about resources needed, to make decisions about, whether they need to hire additional counseling support, licensed clinicians, peers. It's to help them really be able to make decisions about which services and supports are working and what might be needed to have a comprehensive school mental health systems. It's a data management and outcomes monitoring system.
It's not a referral system necessarily. I guess I think about all the obligations LEAs have right now, SB 153 for the mental health referral process, the Model Act. Don't know how that's funded and how they achieve that, as well as now the all-payer fee schedule and that referral process. And now we have this performance management system. Does that feather in with that? Is that a tool to be used in conjunction with that?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
It could be used in conjunction with a referral system. We think of it as essentially just the mechanisms to allow schools to monitor how the students are doing, just like they monitor school performance, academic achievement, all of those outcomes. There's not a corollary system for behavioral health for students. So, for example, even things like a lot of the schools implemented wellness centers as kind of a tier one support in schools. There's no mechanism to, right now, or very little mechanisms in place to track what students come in, whether those students end up self-referring into additional services, whether they end up, having improved attendance, performance. So there's no way to attach the services that they're getting in school to improved behavioral health outcomes or even academic outcomes.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
I'll resume the vote. Commissioner Alvarez, marked absent. Commissioner Bear, marked absent. Commissioner Burnick, marked absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
No.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale, marked absent. Commissioner Contreras.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Swords. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Pomano. Commissioner Hill. Marked absent. Commissioner Larson.
Yes.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, approved. Okay. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard. Commissioner Southard.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett. Commissioner Sy, marked absent. Commissioner Wilkes. Commissioner Chambers.
Yes.
Commissioner Roulette.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right. Thank you so much, Commissioners, and thank you, Melissa. Thank you. All right, we're going to now move to Agenda Item 12, and we have 3 additional items in about an hour and 33 minutes, Commissioners, and so we're going to lean in and work again in using our time well. Okay? As you all chuckle at me and say, sure we are, Al, sure we are. All right, I'm going to just welcome Courtney Ackerman, research scientist on research and evaluation and program operations team, as well as, I think our vice chair was going to be participating in part of this presentation. And so I'm going to now just transition immediately to you, Courtney.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Courtney Ackerman. As the chair said, I am a research scientist in the Research, Evaluation, and Programs Division here at the Commission, and I am here to present on the Peer Respite Project. So our goal today is to review and consider the outline for the Mental Health Wellness Act Peer Respite Grant Project. As a refresher for the newer commissioners who may not know, California's Mental Health Wellness Act, or MHWA, grant program provides $20 million each year to improve community response to people facing behavioral health crises. These grants enable crisis responders to connect those in crisis with wellness, resiliency, and recovery-oriented programs that offer the least restrictive settings appropriate for their needs. The Commission has administered MHWA funds according to 6 priority areas. empath units, which act as alternatives to emergency departments for behavioral health crises. Programming for older adults, specifically PEARLS and age-wise. The 0 to 5 population through the maternal behavioral health and 0 to 5 grants. Access to addiction services through a substance use disorder pilot program to increase access to medications for addiction treatment. Technical assistance to build capacity and improve service delivery in county full service partnerships, and what brings us here today, the Peer Respite Project. So first, what is a peer respite? The definition is a little bit fuzzy, but we're using the definition of a quote-unquote pure peer respite as defined by national experts in the subject. So a peer respite is a temporary residence offering peer support services provided 24/7 in a home-like setting that is staffed and operated entirely by peers. Emphasis on the entirely by peers part of the definition. They are guided by the intentional peer support model, which is very different from the medical or clinical model. Stays are generally 7 to 14 days at peer respite, but extensions are usually possible up to 30 days. And at Peer Respites, peer support specialists offer linkage to services, skill development, and just general advice and support. Peer Respites have been described by guests and staff as a place where people can go to pause and take a breath. This chance to take a break can give someone the space they need to rest and find community resources to help them function better in their daily life rather than needing to be hospitalized. So for the project process, we did a lot of community engagement, as we usually do in these projects. That included interviews with over 40 experts, peer respite operators, county behavioral health staff, and peers. It also included 7 site visits to peer respites in California, a literature review and landscape analysis to see what's out there in the world of peer respite, communication with 58 out of the 59 California behavioral health jurisdictions on the subject, and communication with 11 peer-run organizations, or PROs, in California. As noted, we conducted 7 site visits as part of the project process to Share in Los Angeles, Insight Peer Respite in Grass Valley, Sally's Place in Hayward, Safe Harbor in San Leandro, Monarch House in Roseville, Second Story in Aptos, and Garden Gate in Modesto. And you can see some pictures from our site visits up on the screen. These site visits were really impactful for attendees, and they showed us just how much dedicated peers can do with very little. Each site provides the same warm welcome and support from empathetic staff, but each site did things a little bit differently to meet their unique community's needs. But meet them they do. Peer respites should be understood within the context of the larger behavioral health continuum. They serve the most vulnerable populations, people struggling with severe mental illness, substance use, or both, often serving those who are at risk of homelessness. They also cut costs through reducing hospitalization and increasing access to less restrictive and intensive levels of care. But that's not all. They also play an important role in the behavioral health continuum, acting as an engagement tool for full-service partnerships and linking guests to other county-offered care. They are not standalone programs. They act as connectors and facilitators within the broader behavioral health ecosystem. Peer respites fill multiple gaps and meet needs, and they do all of that at a lower cost and a less restrictive level of care, in addition to employing peers via a really well-established guest-to-staff pipeline. Most of the people who run these peer respites were once guests there. So the peer respite model is promising, but uptake has been slow for a variety of reasons. Peer respites are an emerging practice with some promising evidence, but with so few in operation, there isn't a strong research base yet. And what we found through this work was that there are, depending on how you define it, probably 9 peer respites operating in California. So barriers. First, there's a lack of sustainable funding available to establish and maintain a peer respite. Peer respites really thrive when they operate from a home, but as you are all well aware, real estate in California is very expensive. Second, some PROs don't have the capacity to bill Medi-Cal for services, which is likely to be the most sustainable funding structure for peer respites. Third, the absence of partnerships. Some county behavioral health departments have not yet built relationships with PROs in their community who can provide the kinds of services a peer respite requires. And finally, there is a knowledge gap. County behavioral health departments are largely not aware of the ins and outs of operating a peer respite or its potential for filling in their gaps. However, peer-run organizations in California have recently received a capacity boost through the PWI and EPIC grants from the Behavioral Health Workforce Development Initiative, and they are ready to tackle peer respite. California is making investments in peer respite infrastructure through the BCHIP grants, but infrastructure funding alone is not enough. We also need to scale up and disseminate best practices. And through this project, we've learned some of the best practices for making peer respites run smoothly. Peer respites succeed when the environment is home-like and welcoming, when they are led and staffed entirely by peers, people with lived experience, when they have strong ties with county behavioral health and other community-based organizations offering services, when they are governed by strong policies and procedures, when there's a system in place for collecting data and monitoring outcomes, and when they are sustained by braided long-term funding. So now that we know how peer respites work best, this brings us to funding decisions. We are proposing a 2-phase funding outline, with the first phase investing $10 million into establishing a pilot project and a learning collaborative focused on peer respite. Phase 2 will invest the remaining $10 million into tailored funding for new and existing peer respites to meet their unique needs, along with supporting the continuing learning collaborative. So going into a little bit more detail on Phase 1, the pilot project will bring together county behavioral health departments and a PRO in their community. It will need to be a partnership between the two to receive funding. A learning collaborative on establishing and sustaining an integrated peer respite will be started, and that will be open to anyone in the pilot project, plus anyone else who's interested, whether they're part of a county behavioral health department, a CBO, a PRO, anyone who's interested can join. It will also include technical assistance on partnership development, business planning, securing sustainable funding, and other best practices in peer respite. And of course, there will be an evaluation portion as well. Regarding the timing, the RFA is planned to be released.
I could ask a question.
Oh, sure.
I'm 66. I've been part of 66 learning collaboratives in the course of my career. What would be different that you would envision that they would learn by participating in the collaborative than what you've already learned and what the data demonstrates about peer respite now?
What we've learned is some kind of high-level best practices. So, one of our learnings is that peer respites succeed when there are strong policies and procedures. I can say that, but that doesn't really help the people that actually need the policies and procedures in place. So there are experts out there in peer respite who have this knowledge, who have the resources, who have the tools, who have the PDFs and forms ready to use. They just need a forum. And that's what the Learning Collaborative would give them.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So for timing, the RFA is planned to be released in March of this year. And then the RFP for TA is planned to be released in the summer of this year. The funding will come from the MHWA fiscal year 2025-26 funds, $10 million of which needs to be encumbered by June 30th, 2027 and expiring June 30th, 2029. And then for a deeper dive into Phase 2, tailored funding will be offered to new and existing peer respites to help them meet their unique needs. The Learning Collaborative will continue, as will the technical assistance and, of course, evaluation to make sure that funds are being used effectively. So timing for this, it's projected to be released in spring of 2028 using funding from the MHWA fiscal year 2026-27 funds. And that is $10 million that must be encumbered by June 30th, 2028 and expiring June 30th, 2030. Before we get to the motion, the Program Advisory Committee and the CFC Committee have both considered this proposal in December and recommended that the full commission adopt it. And I think Vice Chair Chambers wanted to say a few words about the CFC's consideration before we move on to the motion.
Yes. I think that, thank you so much, Courtney, for sharing that. We're very excited to work about this work and where the commission will be going next. As I mentioned before, the CFC committee met in December and we heard the presentation on the ways the commission can invest in the Mental Health Wellness Fund to promote and expand peer respite model. During this presentation, commission staff gave, as you noted, an overview of the Mental Health Wellness Fund funding priorities and shared the peer respite outline, which, as you heard today, proposes 2 phases, building capacity and implementation. Public comment at the CFC meeting strongly supported moving forward with this proposal, and the committee voted in favor of moving the peer respite project outline to this full commission. I want to thank you again for all your hard work and dedication on this project. That's near and dear to me because my company is a peer-run organization, and we look forward to discussion with the fellow commissioners. Thank you, Courtney, for your final thoughts.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chambers. So if approved, our next steps would be to create the RFA for the county PRO partnerships with a tentative release date in March, and then the RFP for the TA and evaluation provider in the summer. And as of now, I'll hand it back to the chair for any discussion.
A question from commissioners. Yes, Commissioner Pomado.
So I am not very familiar with peer respite. I think I missed the tour that was offered because of our schedule in the legislature. But could you just explain how peer respite interacts with the housing continuum? As you had noted in the background materials, transitional rent 6 months is covered under Medi-Cal. Beach Connect also would make that sort of like an option for counties, that 6-month transitional rent. Are the consumers of peer respite there up to 30 days? And then if they are eligible for transitional rent, those peer respite organizations could work to find them housing. Is that one of those things that that organization PROs work?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that most peer respites, one of the linkages that they can provide is to longer term housing, because peer respite is only up to 30 days. But that is one of the frequent uses of peer respites, is helping people get more long-term housing after they leave.
Is it a Medi-Cal allowable benefit? Do you know?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Under
thank you.
transitional rent, peer respite is an allowable setting for us to pay transitional rent.
Got it.
Yeah.
I think it's important to chime in on that point. Just I know that there's at least one other commissioner here who sits in on a peer advisory group with Director Michelle Boss and with Stephanie Welsh, and I will tell you that trying to fit peer respites under the transitional rent benefit as a community support is not an appropriate place for peer respites to sit. It is merely one of the best places that it can sit to try and enable funding for it, but it is not an adequate or sustainable funding source. It's just a placeholder, because it does not
on its
exist.
own, peer respite is not a Medi-Cal benefit.
On its own right now, peer respites, just like, well, now sobering centers are kind of under the community supports, but no, it's not. But there's not only one, there's probably 3 potential community support benefits
Where
that
it
could
could
theoretically
qualify.
fit peer respite.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Second piece, the evaluation. I think I had mentioned I always struggle with evaluations. What do you envision this evaluation to be? What kind of data collection or data would be collected? Obviously, that linkage to housing is, I think, something that ought to be definitely considered. And then I am assuming that when you are going to do evaluation, we are going to require the peer respite organizations to be the ones collecting the information. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So the evaluation would focus on the outcomes that we hope to see from a peer respite. So not only is the grant increasing, confidence in PRO and county partnership ability to establish a peer respite, but are they actually being established? Are they being sustained? And are they producing the outcomes that we want to see? Better linkage to lower levels of care, linkages to housing. Are people better off than before?
So I have a process question. If this funding is approved today, where you dedicate 20 million, are we going back to a discussion on the evaluation, so that you are going to present to members here the parameters of that evaluation? I am a little bit, what do you call these? I think this is that 20 million that we fought so hard last year in the legislature, which is why I am asking all these questions.
Which is why we're glad you're here.
And I don't really have any, I just want to make sure that that 20 million is going to be spent the way that we all intended it to be, and we have, the necessary data and the evaluation that would necessitate, the administration not going to take those funds again. So that's just really one consideration for me.
Yeah, absolutely. They're
I'd like to
important.
see the evaluation parameters at some later meeting, if that is possible, process-wise.
All right, Commissioner Fairweather.
I have 2 questions. One is the pilot, so year 1 is with interested counties and an existing peer respite in their community?
It's an existing PRO, so peer-run organization.
Oh, okay, so then they would develop a peer, okay.
Yes.
That's, and then the next year would be 2. And then the other is just more of a comment, because I could even see this for helping people who have been, moved on from transitional supportive housing to permanent supportive housing, maintain their housing, because if they, start to, they have behavioral health issues that, might risk eviction, they could they could go to a peer respite, get stabilized, and then come back to permanent supportive housing.
That is one way that we've heard of current peer respites operating. I don't think, we don't have any details on the evaluation plan as of yet, and as far as I'm aware, we weren't planning to come back with the evaluation plan.
And this might be something, I don't know if Melissa's still here, but my understand, for the peer respite, the evaluation should be wrapped up in the RFP, right? So that they would be giving us the data as part of the RFP. Are you looking, because you guys aren't looking to have a separate evaluation on top of it, or is that something that was conceived of being brought back?
We had discussed doing the evaluation in-house, and we had also discussed having the evaluation wrapped up in the RFP with our TA provider. So it's probably going to be some mix of the two, of doing some in-house and some through the provider.
Okay, but to their point, we're not looking to come back for funds for an evaluation. It's already part of this, what we're talking about today.
All wrapped up in one.
Yep.
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yep. Courtney, can you elaborate a little bit more about the issue of PROs not yet having the capacity to bill for Medi-Cal?
From what we hear from PROs, it's a really complicated process to build that capacity. And some are on their way, some have built the capacity over the last couple of years, and some are still struggling with that. And that's something that the TA provider
Is it just like a technical process that is difficult to maneuver through?
That's what it seems like. Commissioner Chambers, did you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, I mean, you're asking why peer-run organizations. I don't think it's a peer-run organization thing, but I think that because of the funding priorities, which we've just saw right now, I'm just going to give you an example. The reason why, like for example, Alameda County, two out of three organizations were wiped out funding in their county, peer-run organizations, and there's barely any in the state, because they said that they don't bill Medi-Cal too, and those services, PEI, are being, so I am one of the people that got the PWI grant. I'm a peer-run organization, small Black organization. I can bill Medi-Cal. So it's a capacity with opportunities. Like, so I spent a lot of money. I'm in debt. I build my capacity. The government has grants to give people like us, but there's barely any money. So you get what I'm saying? Like, you have to, just like any provider, not just someone with a disability, you have to invest the time, and you have to have money, and then you have to have the opportunity to practice. So with the PWI grant, when DHCS provided that funding for organizations like mine, there was money, but then we needed additional monies. And there, like with these B-CHIP, or the last round with these ECM, there was contracts to go along with them. So we didn't have any contracts. And there's currently still no contracts with most of these peer-run organizations. So you can't go to the county without like some kind of capacity, because you're like, oh, you don't even have like if you ask the county for a contract and you're like, you don't have the capacity to even bill Medi-Cal, why would they even consider you? So I think it's a double-edged sword. There's definitely a lot of investments to do it, and there has to be opportunity to practice. And then also, there's across the state, there's mixed ways in which people are billing. Some people are using like the basic administrative code to fund, like a Medi-Cal code to fund these. There's other codes that could be used. There needs to be a standardization in the codes. And just like Brandon said, like on the Kaiser side, Kaiser has the ability to fund these peer respites and to work, because Kaiser, like we're trying to like get Kaiser right now to work with us on potential respite in LA County. But like I need to figure out the codes with them under the community supports that would fund it and not put me out of business. So there's multiple ways, there's different codes, people are using them and different things, and I think we can incentivize these commercial plans too, to think of like what codes can we use to fund these things, and it's just, yeah, I think there's multiple opportunities, and I don't think we should I know we focus on the county, but like I said, people move in between acuity, and I think if we put investments to, even with these commercial plans, to figure out ways to provide guidance for these organizations, and support them, and additional technical assistant money to see if it works. Because what we see, like, I'm not trying to just throw Kaiser under the bus, but but what I'm saying, like you lose, like maybe the funding source or whatever, that billing code isn't enough money to. We don't know if it's going to even be enough money to sustain it. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question or not, but
I just, is the issue, is it a knowledge gap? Or what's the?
Commissioner Robinson, I would say that, and forgive the interruption, two of those peer organizations I'm very familiar with. And they existed prior to CalAIM.
Okay.
And with the existence of with the implementation of CalAIM, it created opportunities for peers to build Medicaid and for community support dollars. But it is, even under that sort of Medi-Cal umbrella, the intersection of all that funding, and you look at, okay, does that create a sustainable source of funding for a peer program? My educated opinion is no, it doesn't. And so, again, and for some of the reasons that Courtney identified, just infrastructure, housing, two of those programs, I know that without government support, they wouldn't be in the housing that they have. And so it is not just simply billing Medi-Cal more efficiently. It is really taking a look at when you start out, you have to have a blending of funding that offsets all of the other expenses associated with running a peer-run program. Other comments? All right. With that, any other comments from our presenter?
No, we would just be moving to the motion.
All right, Mariani, I'm sure there will be public comment on this item.
Yes, we have one in-room comment from Stacy.
Stacy Hiramoto, REMCO. Just really want to support the motion, as REMCO really supports peer-run organizations and peer-run programs. On a side note, I really wish the commission or another body would do something on the Medi-Cal question, because that is so, this reminds me very much of many of the organizations that I work with or represent. And this whole move to Prop 1, where they're, we split PEI, and they're told, just become Medi-Cal eligible, or just bill Medi-Cal, as if it's easy. And it's very, very hard. And frankly, some providers don't want to become, Medi-Cal providers. So it's a very good question, and I struggle myself since I'm not, a direct service provider, but they have told me time and again, they've tried to explain how difficult it is to become a Medi-Cal provider or to bill under Medi-Cal. So, but anyway, the main point is we do support this. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last public comment.
Thank you, Courtney and Vice Chair. Commissioners, I'd like to ask if you would engage me in hearing this motion again. And I ditto the comments, if you'd allow me, since that peer-run organizations are effective, and that many of the key data points that Commissioner Palmano has raised regarding peer-run organizations and just the ability to ensure that individuals that are receiving services are able to obtain and utilize housing, and then, quite frankly, very effectively transition people away from the dependence on specialty behavioral health services. And I think that is just a key component of what peer-run organizations are able to do. And they do so in a very cost-effective but impactful way. So forgive the additional commentary for me, and yes, I own that I was associated with two of those peer-run organizations for many years, but at two of the proudest moments of my career. They are very effective. It's a very effective model from the opinion of one. That said, I'll read the motion.
Wait, and he has run the oldest peer run respite in the state.
That the commission approves the peer respite procurement outline plan not to exceed $20 million and authorizes the executive director to conduct competitive solicitation, issue a notice of intent to award to the highest ranked proposer, and exercise all resulting contract grant agreements in accordance with the approved outline plan and applicable procurement laws. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make the motion. Who is that, Ms. Madrigal-Weiss? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Thank you. Motion is on the screen. I will start roll call now. Commissioner Alvarez, marked absent. Commissioner Baer, marked absent. Commissioner Burnick, marked absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Abstain.
Commissioner Brown.
Abstain.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale, marked absent. Commissioner Contreras.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Swartz. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Marked absent. Commissioner Designee Pomano. Commissioner Hill, marked absent. Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner
Yes.
Thomas.
Aye.
Commissioner Sy, marked absent. Commissioner Wilkes.
Aye.
Commissioner Chambers.
Same.
Commissioner Roulette.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We are skipping agenda item, I think it was 13. That was our stretch break. Again, imagine going to the most exotic dinner, beautiful dinner location that you can ever imagine, having a great meal, being completely fulfilled, and coming back to work. Welcome back. We are now moving to the portion of the portion of the agenda. This is agenda item 14. For the Legislative and External Affairs Committee, the LEX Committee met on December 15, 2025, and discussed the 2026 legislation, which we will now hear. We will have a presentation from Kendra Zoller, Deputy Director of Legislation and External Affairs, and Commissioner Mara Magrual-Weiss. And Heather, I'm sorry. Thank you. Heather Moore, thank you.
All right, you just introduced ourselves for us, so thank you so much. I'll get going right away since we're not so behind now, but knock on wood. Okay, so before we discuss our proposal, I'd like to bring you up to speed on how the idea for this legislation came about. On August 1st, 2025, the Commission issued a request for bill proposals guided by the decision-making framework that the Legislative and External Affairs Committee adopted back in September. 22 proposals were received from stakeholders, staff, and commissioners, reflecting key themes such as crisis response, workforce, youth behavioral health, veterans, and equity. Each submitter received a response from Commission staff regarding the viability of their proposals, including identifying a funding source or bills already existing in legislation. Some suggestions that require further research and data may be pursued at a later time, and that was communicated to the people who submitted proposals. An overview of the legislative landscape and early proposal concepts were presented at the September 18th LEX Committee. And after applying the framework and vetting all the proposals, the Commission staff have been developing the proposal you'll hear today for the 2026 legislative session, aimed at addressing a statewide need that we'll go over next, while also aligning with the Commission's core values and priorities. This proposal was brought before the LEX Committee on December 15th and voted to proceed to the full commission. And as you heard about earlier, the Program Advisory Committee met the same day and approved a plan to allocate the one-time BHSSA Act administrative funds that has a component of this proposal. And so did the Budget and Fiscal Advisory Committee. So all the committees had a piece of this. I want to note that we heard from some stakeholders that they'd like to see more than one proposal brought forward in the future, and we hear you. As you know, it is rather unusual for a state department to ask for the public for legislative ideas, and we did so in the spirit of transparency and collaboration, and we did our best to apply the framework, give feedback, and we'll continue to work on a lot of these proposals and work with our partners. So thank you very much. Okay. The proposal we are presenting today, titled Sustaining and Supporting Suicide Prevention in Schools, was submitted by Commissioner Madrigal-Wise, who supports San Diego suicide prevention efforts in schools and alerted us to the need to expand comprehensive evidence-based efforts across the state. This proposal has two main parts. One, developing free online suicide prevention training for students, teachers, and caregivers, including parents, foster parents, or grandparents. And two, creating a statewide system to collect and analyze schools' suicide risk screening data. We will review the problem, propose solution, and supporting data for each part in this presentation. The data related to this proposal not only clearly shows the need, which we will discuss shortly, but also aligns with our decision-making framework that I'll quickly go over next. So this proposal aligns with our decision-making framework because, as you'll see with alignment, this proposal builds directly on the Commission's prior work and policy recommendations on suicide prevention and on school behavioral health through the Behavioral Health Student Services Grant Program. It also advances elements of California's behavioral health transformation that focus on schools and preventing suicide. We've also heard that many counties are reducing local suicide prevention efforts, and while the California Department of Public Health is taking on aspects of prevention funding, substantial uncertainty remains at this time. Given that context, Commission involvement here would be timely and complementary. The proposal further supports our strategic plan by translating our vision into action, codifying best practices for suicide prevention, and establishing expectations for outcome measurement. Regarding impact and equity in the framework, offering free, accessible online training for students, educators, and families promotes equity of access. A statewide approach to collecting school suicide screening data would generate system-level insights and trends that it can inform targeted interventions. That the potential reach into schools is large, and because suicide is a serious and time-sensitive issue, urgency is warranted. We've identified potential funding that was just approved, and we've begun coordinating with relevant state departments, which supports a coordinated prevention to recovery approach. And lastly, for landscape and value, the stakeholders we've consulted are supportive and view the Commission as well positioned to add value. The proposal is not duplicative. It builds on prior efforts that require sustained investment to achieve long-term impact. So for these reasons, we decided this proposal was the most aligned and viable option. Okay, so let's talk about why sustaining and supporting suicide prevention in schools is so necessary now more than ever. I'll quickly go over current law. I will begin by, California law currently requires all K through 12 schools to adopt a suicide prevention policy that specifically addresses the needs of high-risk groups, which includes prevention, intervention, and postvention. The CDE, California Department of Education, created a model policy to assist LEAs in developing their policies. Notably, the model policy references our suicide prevention policy report, Striving for Zero, which suggests that LEAs conduct and track suicide risk screenings. Legislation and the Education Code mandate that suicide prevention policies address staff training protocols. However, not all LEAs adhere to CDE's model policy. Therefore, suicide prevention protocols, practices, and policies vary widely across the state, which leads us into the problem this proposal seeks to address. Suicide is an enduring issue in California and is the second leading cause of death for youth ages 10 to 25. The overall suicide rate in our state has increased by 8.3% over the past 2 decades. To support suicide prevention in schools, California passed AB 1808, which provided funding to both train school staff and students to recognize and respond to signs of suicide. The San Diego County Office of Education led the initiative and allowed for online training called Living Work Start, which rolled out in 2 phases during the pandemic. The program was available online at no cost to schools. However, licenses to access the training were limited and funding for this program has run out. California schools now lack a free evidence-based training resource. Additionally, many schools conduct suicide risk screenings, but the results are not shared, aggregated, or used to inform broader strategies, limiting understanding of student needs and targeted support, even as youth suicide remains a major public health concern. To learn more about an example of this statewide initiative in San Diego, I'll pass it to Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss.
Thank you, Kendra. Heather and I are here today to discuss our experience with the Living Work Start training and other suicide prevention strategies in San Diego County. In 2021, the San Diego County Office of Ed was awarded a 4-year, $7 million MHSSA grant, which we called Creating Opportunities in Preventing and Eliminating Suicide, also known as COPES. This replicable initiative strengthens the capacity of over 440 schools to champion mental wellness by targeting efforts in staff and student wellness and resiliency, stigma reduction, professional development and programming for educators, staff members, students, and families, coordinated referral pathways for students needing mental or behavioral health services, and of course, suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention policy and practice implementation. The goal of COPES is to saturate school communities with mental health literacy and have subject matter experts in suicide prevention within their districts or charter school organizations.
In San Diego County, 15 school districts, 4 multi-charter school organizations, and 12 single-site charter schools are participating in this 4-year COPES grant initiative. Our suicide prevention efforts were comprehensive and included training for staff and families to increase awareness and deepen understanding, technical assistance in developing comprehensive protocols and practices, access to current tools, data, promising practices, and high-quality resources, training and implementation of the evidence-based Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale and data tracking in over 440 school sites. COPES LEAs in San Diego County collect data on the number of suicide risk screenings, including grade level, gender, race, ethnicity, severity level, and outcome of the screening. While the data is crucial, not all schools that collect suicide risk screening data collect or report it in the same way, nor do they ensure staff are trained to use the screening tools correctly. In recent years, we've identified a youth mental health crisis. Schools are where students spend 1/3 of their time and where we are most likely to identify the warning signs. To prevent youth suicides, we need to identify risks as early as possible using an evidence-based suicide risk screening tool. By doing so, LEAs can use the data to identify trends and inform their practices. Data is not about numbers, it is about visibility. It shows where the risk is greatest and where students are silently struggling. Now, more than ever, we need to go beyond collecting suspensions, expulsions, and attendance data. We need, well, that came in perfect. Thank you. We need to collect real-time life and death data. What we are proposing here is not the use of a particular screening tool, but rather that whatever tool LEAs use, it be evidence-based, culturally relevant, linguistically competent, and that the data from those screenings be collected. The Living Work Start online suicide prevention training program, whose limited licenses were funded by the passage of AB 1808, reached more than 20,000 middle and high school students and staff across California. We found the training results to be overwhelmingly positive. After completing the training, 98% of staff and 95% of students felt confident in their ability to help someone who might be considering suicide. 96% of students reported knowing how to access resources if they were struggling with thoughts of suicide. Many participants, about 1 in 4 students and staff, already had someone in mind who they could use and apply these new life-saving skills. Although San Diego County Office of Education received many requests from parents and caregivers to take the training, the legislation did not include caregivers, leaving a gap in the students' web of support.
I can make a comment.
Sure, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, I have the unique privilege of, in a different role now, of working with professionals who are trying to engage students who unfortunately have been exposed to adverse childhood experiences and live in environments where a number of social determinants are present. And the reason I leaned into what you just said is because one of the more profound pieces of evidence that I found in my own subjective appraisal is the need for caregivers to really be supported and helped. Because the corollary always is, who are the caregivers in the lives of the children that you are supporting that haven't, we're not talking about children who have contemplated suicide, who are engaging actively in self-injurious behaviors, including attempts to take their own life, actively now. Who are their caregivers? And it is the absence of caregivers. Typically, and again, from my generation, we were called parents, and I understand we live at a different time. But it is so important that you underscore that and really help people who are faced with the responsibility associated with caregiving. Because the second phenomenon is that many of these behavioral health practitioners are challenged with the question of the students show up and the caregivers say, please fix my kid, because I don't know what to do. And while behavioral health has a sort of a ancillary role, we can't fix people independently from the caregiving that happens or that is without recognizing the absence of it in their lives. Please forgive the commentary, but that is so compelling.
Yeah, thank you for that. Early intervention in suicide prevention is critical, yet many students, teachers, and caregivers lack the tools to recognize warning signs. A free, accessible, and sustainable online training program would enable communities to recognize and support at-risk youth, build a shared understanding of suicide prevention strategies, reduce stigma, and encourage help-seeking efficacy. The training will be for students ages 13 and over, school staff, caregivers, and anybody in the life of students. It will be trauma-informed and culturally and linguistically competent, addressing disparities by ensuring that prevention strategies are relevant and effective for diverse populations, including racial, ethnic minorities, and non-English speakers. Both the training and data collection requirements will explicitly address high-priority youth populations, risk groups who are disproportionately affected by suicide, such as Black youth, LGBT+ youth, youth experiencing homelessness, youth with mental illness, disabilities, or substance use disorders, attempt survivors, and youth bereaved by suicide. Requiring de-identified aggregate suicide risk screening data would help local communities, counties, and the state track and monitor regional and demographic trends in youth suicide risk, enabling data-informed targeted interventions where they are needed most. This will ensure that school-based efforts are measurable and impactful. With data, we can direct support to where it is needed most. We can shift from reacting to predicting, from crisis response to crisis prevention. This approach ensures that school-based efforts are both measurable and impactful. Commissioners, imagine what becomes possible when every school in our state is equipped to identify risk early, when every educator has access to training without cost barriers, where every caregiver feels empowered to have difficult conversations, and when every student knows that reaching out for help is a sign of strength, not weakness. Imagine a California where no child feels invisible, no warning sign is missed, and help is never out of reach. This is not merely a policy conversation, it's a moral one. Our youth deserve systems built for their safety, dignity, and lives. By investing in prevention training and statewide screening data, we invest in hope, resilience, and the promise that every young person matters. That is a promise worth fighting for. Thank you for your time today. I pass it back to Kendra.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've already started taking important steps to ensure this proposal is capable of being implemented. We've talked with the California Department of Public Health and reached out to the Department of Education as well. And as you've heard and voted on earlier, we've identified some BHSSA funding that can help pay for the initiative. We also have a lot of interest actually from lawmakers who their staff watched our Legislative and External Affairs Committee, so I've gotten quite a few reach outs. Looking ahead, we can build on existing online training platforms such as Safe Spaces that was developed by the Office of the California Surgeon General to make the training easy to access and cost effective. By working together and using the tools we already have, we can make sure students, families, and school staff across California get the support they need to prevent suicide and save lives. We're excited about this proposal for a number of reasons, but it also builds on our work we've already done to support students' mental health and prevent suicide. We've seen how powerful online training can be in helping students and staff feel more confident and prepared to help someone in crisis. Now we want to take that success even further by making the training available to more people across the state and collecting data to better understand where help is needed most. Offering the training to the school community ensures that students in grades 7 through 12 benefit directly from knowing how to directly help themselves or someone in need, while all caregivers and teachers, even those with children as young as kindergarten, could likewise be informed about warning signs and interventions for at-risk youth. The proposal also matches the goals in 3 important reports from the Commission. These reports say we need more youth-focused resources, better access to training, and stronger data to inform decisions. Our proposal does all of that. It helps underserved communities, makes suicide prevention training easier to access, and uses data to make sure schools are getting the support they need. That's why we believe this is the right next step. Well, there's a motion somewhere. Nope. There, okay. Based on the symbolic motions that passed through Lex, PAC, and the budget committees last month, we recommend moving forward with drafting and pushing forward this bill. This proposal is actionable, evidence-informed, and urgently needed, and we propose that the full commission approve sponsoring a bill for sustaining and supporting suicide prevention in schools in the 2026 legislative session. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Fairweather.
This doesn't really have bearing on my support for this, but you mentioned funding, and I was wondering, like, are there appropriations? And then you said there was something that you identified. What is that?
Yeah, you voted on it earlier. It's the Behavioral Health Student Services Act administrative funds for the training component of this proposal.
And I mean, is that is there other competition for that now, or I guess just no? Okay,
Not for
great,
the
yeah.
piece that was just approved.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Thanks.
Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
Sorry, for clarification, does that mean that sort of like from a state perspective that this piece of legislation is budget neutral and will not sort of encumber any funds from the general fund?
Well, yes, the goal is not to have a fiscal impact so that we can pass the legislature. We have some thoughts about the data piece that we've still got to work out with the Department of Education, but we're hopeful about it.
Commissioner Bontrager.
Yeah, first, nice job answering all the questions in that decision framework. You nailed every one of them. The other thing I think, just from a strategy standpoint, under CYBHI, the state invested nearly $750 million on Saluna and Bright Life for Kids, these online tools. I know they want to goose up the utilization of those tools. If there's somehow you could feather this activity, online activity, with those tools, or somehow integrate it or drive more activity there, I think that would be in the interest of the state, too.
We use them and promote them and work very closely with both. Lift them up always. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Palmano.
I think it's partly answered. I'll be abstaining on this today, only because it's legislation, no prejudice. So there's two components to your proposal. One is the suicide toolkit, which, like you rightfully say, we've already approved this morning. The other one is the data piece. And when you say you are, because when we legislation speak, data collection becomes expensive. So just so everybody's aware, so that they're like folks are not shocked later. When you say you are discussing with the Department of Education, at some point, it's like the source of that funding. Is it Prop 98, or if it's a state requirement, the state would have to backfill it? That's a question that everybody I think ought to be aware of at some point.
Additional comments from commissioners? Or do you have an immediate response to?
No.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Yeah. I'm going to be supporting this because I believe it's certainly in the cause, but having had a number of bills, suicide-related bills, shot down in flames that would have been a lot less expensive than this, what makes you think that this is going to survive the don't bother coming to us with anything that costs any money in this environment right now?
Yeah. Well, for the training piece, we're funding it. So I feel fully confident about that part. Granted, everything else in the legislature. I don't want to say too much about our other ideas on the data. We're probably going to bring it back, but the commission actually has a data use agreement with the Department of Education. So we're thinking about how we can maybe leverage that, and maybe we get some data too. We might be able to get the cost down, but it's not ready for prime time yet.
All right. Any other comments from commissioners? Yes.
What's the timeline if this did pass to get it actually in? I know it's sort of it's in action now, but to expand it over.
Yeah.
What's the?
It would go into effect January 1 next year unless it has an urgency clause, which we haven't discussed that yet. It's a higher voting threshold to do that, but we'll see how it goes.
All right. Seeing no additional comments, Mariani, you want to go to public comment, please?
Thank you, Chair. We have two in-room comments. Our first comment is from Danny.
Good afternoon now. My name is Danny Therical, pronouns he, him, Public Policy Coordinator with Mental Health America of California, but also on behalf of the California Youth Empowerment Network, our TAY advocacy program. Just wanted to show our support for the proposed legislation, and we'll be happy to work with the Commission in furthering the legislation if the Commission so chooses to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Our next comment is from Stacy.
Stacy Hiramoto, REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. Just want to show support for this proposal. And yes, I did bring concerns because the process was very good, but I think I just wanted people, the commission and the committee, to understand what it looks like when you ask the community for a lot of the suggestions, which was wonderful, and people did do, 22? And then when you come to the meeting, I mean, there wasn't like there was a robust discussion about alternatives to this proposal. It was, we just saw the list of all the proposals, and then at the next meeting, it was like, okay, here's the one. And again, I'm not trying to criticize this proposal. It would just help if there had been a little more information so the public understood why all the other ones were no good. And this one was okay. And again, I know we're learning, so that was just a comment, but I do support this proposal and just want to make sure that when you do the screening data, I noticed that they were not collecting information on sexual orientation and gender identity, which are very related to suicide, the risk of suicide. So anyway, but thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you, Stacy. That was our last public comment.
All right. Seeing that there's no additional public comment and comment from commissioners, I'm going to reread the motion. That the commission approves sponsoring a bill for sustaining and supporting suicide prevention in schools for the 2026 legislative session. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Move. Thank you. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second that the commission approve sponsoring a bill for sustaining and supporting suicide prevention in schools for the 2026 legislative session. Commissioner Alvarez, marking absent. Commissioner Bear, marking absent. Commissioner Burnick, marking absent. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale, marking absent. Commissioner Contreras.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Swartz. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Fairweather.
Aye.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon. Marking absent. Commissioner Designee Polmano. Commissioner Hill, marking absent. Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss. Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas Beckett. Commissioner Thomas Beckett. Marking absent. Commissioner Sy, marking absent. Commissioner Wilkes.
Yes.
Commissioner Chambers.
Yes.
Commissioner Roulette.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. We're going to skip agenda item, again, 14, and we're going to move to agenda item 15. We just did 14. We skipped 13. I'm sorry. My numbering is off. You all are fantastic. We're moving right to agenda item 15, and that is an update from the governor's proposed budget. We are within time, so Governor Newsom's presented his budget proposal for fiscal year 2026 on January 10th. This proposed budget will not be finalized until June, as all of us know. I am going to ask Lauren Quintero to please present the highlights from the governor's proposed budget for all of us. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you. Today I'll be providing an update on the governor's proposed 2026-27 budget and highlighting key items related to behavioral health funding and the commission's work. I want to start with an overview of California's budget process. So this first slide shows the California budget process. The process begins with the governor's proposed budget, which is released on about January 10th each year. And then he issues a revised budget around May 14th of each year. During that time, the legislature is reviewing and revising the proposal through hearings and negotiations. And then the final budget must be approved by both houses by June 15th and signed by the governor by June 30th. The new fiscal year begins on July 1st. Throughout this process, the commission can request budget changes through the Department of Finance or by working directly with the legislature to discuss new initiatives, program needs, and supports. So now let's look at the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-27. The total proposed budget is $348.9 billion, with $248.3 billion in general fund expenditures and $23 billion in reserves. The key focus of this proposal is maintaining a balanced budget. There are no major new spending proposals. Instead, the emphasis is on continuing the implementation of previous investments. All right. So the overall fiscal outlook for the current year, the budget is balanced, but there is a modest shortfall of $2.9 billion that had to be taken into account. Looking ahead, there are significant risks. The state is projecting a $22 billion deficit in the 2027-28 fiscal year, with shortfalls expected in the 2 years following that. To address this, the administration plans to monitor revenue and spending trends closely and will release a revised plan in May to ensure fiscal stability. But now on to the Behavioral Health Services Fund revenue projections. The Behavioral Health Services Fund is projected to generate $3.9 billion in 2024-25 $4.6 billion in 2025-26, and $4.7 billion in 2026-27. This represents an upward revision of about $2.2 billion compared to the 2025 Budget Act, and that increase is largely due to higher capital gains forecasts. Turning to the Commission's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-27, the total proposed budget is $71.4 million. Personnel services account for $9.8 million. That covers salaries and benefits for Commission staff. Operations total $7.4 million. That includes the $100,000 for Proposition 1 implementation that we got for 3 years. This will be the last of the 3 years. And $400,000 that we receive every year for the full service partnership evaluation. Local assistance makes up the largest portion at $54.3 million. This includes $20 million for the Innovation Partnership Fund, $20 million for the Mental Health Wellness Act, $7.6 million for the Behavioral Health Student Services Act, and $6.7 million for community advocacy. I also want to share one additional update that is not on the slides. An alcove reappropriation request was approved that extends the liquidation date for up to $4,062,000 of the remaining funds, extends that date until June 30th, 2027. This extension ensures that the Alcove Youth Drop-In Centers program can complete site development, staffing, and transition to sustainable funding sources. It also allows us to complete the evaluation of the program and collect the necessary data on services and outcomes. So this was a quick presentation. That concludes the overview of the governor's proposed budget. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Any questions from commissioners?
I have a question. Can you explain to me a little bit more about Alcove?
Yeah, so we fund directly 4 different Alcove sites, and the sites are not all the way up. So one of them there's 2 that had soft openings, and there's another one that's still in process. They had some challenges in securing physical space, hiring and retaining staff, and some of the other sustainability changes. So we just wanted to extend out another year, which actually aligns with the time frame of the Stanford evaluation of them. So it kind of gives them that little extra time. A lot of them are close, just to make sure that they can fully have fidelity to the Alcove model, and then get all the way set up.
Do we know if are there sites that the commission has not funded?
There are.
There are. So there's interest in those that have not just been specifically funded by the commission.
It appears so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, some of the sites, Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss, the CYBHI funded some additional sites as well. So those are coming to an end on June 30th of this year, so in a few months. And then like Lauren was saying, our program, we still had a little bit of money left over, and so we just asked for a little bit more time for them to spend that down, and also so that we can get the data.
Good. And then the evaluation from Stanford we'll get that when?
Yeah, it would be within at least a year, because that's what we're extending the year so they can get the data.
Yeah, the current contract with Stanford ends June 30th, 2027, so now everything will be in alignment.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Yes?
Redondo Beach, and it was incredible. It was incredible what they did. And for the 5 communities that came in, the kids would come in, they'd have a place, there'd be help behind the wall. I mean, it was just, I won't get into it now, but I was so impressed.
I'm just really interested, given everything that we know about our youth and, the mental health crisis we're having, it keeps coming up. I'm just not seeing so much investment from our counties, and, I'm just really curious. And we keep referencing the Stanford, the data and what that's going to look like. So I was curious, well, how many more do we have beyond what we funded? So yes, and they've invited me to come out. I just haven't. But I really want to, because I love the idea from beginning to end, it's youth designed. I mean, there's no better way to go than that. So I think I need to definitely make it a point. So
I'm going to go to Commissioner Palmano, who's probably going to say some of the things I was going to say.
Actually, I just have the data on Alcove that was sent to me last week.
Okay.
So I'm just going to say it. You're welcome. We have 5 Alcove centers that are currently opened. They are in Palo Alto, San Mateo, beach cities, San Juan Capistrano, and Sacramento. There are 2 alcove centers opening in March. That's in Marysville and Castro Valley. 1 alcove center opening in June. That's in Half Moon Bay. 1 alcove center opening in August. This is in my speaker's district. It's Watsonville. And then lastly, we have 2 NRM alcove centers opening April, May, as they await their buildings to be completed, and that's in San Gabriel Valley and the Yurok tribe. I cannot pronounce where the Yurok tribe is. They are saying that they're continuing to meet with Martin Luther King Center to establish an alcove center in 2027. I'm not sure where that MLK Center is, so I can connect with them. They just gave me sort of like an update because some of us went to their Alcove Sacramento location last year. Thank you.
I think that Commissioner Palmano also underscores the point that was emphasized during the presentations at the Alcove site in Sacramento, which I visited recently. One is around sustainability and the whole conversation about sustainability of this model, and outside of the county funding matrix that exists. And so that's the first question, and it's the question. It is the question. How are you going to sustain it? And then do the data points currently corroborate the extending of the alcove model? And then, as I understand it, that there is some element of the alcove model, albeit maybe just the name alcove, that belongs to the commission. The trademark alcove belongs to the commission. And so it would be very helpful to get, yes, very interesting. What you discover when you go out and visit sites. It would be very helpful to get more information about alcove, some of the preliminary data, and then how, because Brenda and I were involved with, which was it, Beach Cities? Beach Cities alcove, and a sustainability conversation in which they came back to the commission to appropriately ask the question. And so I think that it's very important, and Brenda, I would ask that staff come back and provide us with an update, including those all-important data points. Thank you. Other questions?
No question, comment. I'd love to dive in deeper into the alcove as well. We trademarked that name. We own it.
Yeah,
there's no, because my understanding was it was licensed.
We own the trademark. If you're asking me, please, Javon, don't ask me what all that means, because I don't know.
I can respond. So we have the trademark, and we turn around and license it to the folks who use it. So we administer the licenses for that.
There you go. That's the question.
So that's our thing. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Well, other comments? Yes.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think I realize that we have till May to know what's actually going to happen, but one of the big concerns I have about this January budget is the proposed elimination of the mobile crisis benefit, like having it be universal and making it optional. I think as the commission is focused on reducing suicides and incarceration for people with behavioral health issues, would be a pretty big loss if that became an optional benefit. We wouldn't no longer have statewide 24/7 mobile crisis teams, and so I would encourage us to think about taking some advocacy approaches around that.
Thank you. Great point. Other comments from other commissioners? All right. Thank you so much. There's no vote. Hey, commissioners, I want to applaud you today. I know you don't need this. I know Al keeps thanking us, because I'm going to thank you again tomorrow, because you're going to be here right here at a few minutes before 9, so we can have a quorum and we can lean in. We are going to have a panel presentation that I think is noteworthy, and we will be able to ask the questions around Prop 1 implementation, impact, and where we are going. And for prevention, and where we are going for prevention, and anything else the commissioners might want to ask. Hint, hint. So I look forward to our presentation tomorrow. In the meantime, I invite everyone, members of the public, stakeholders, staff, and commissioners to join the staff with a get-together. If you want to get to know your amazing team. Yes? Oh, we have public, oh my gosh, public comment. I am so excited, but I forgot the public comment on the budget. Okay, pause, let's go to public comment.
We have 2 comments.
So,
The first
thank you.
one is from Divya.
My apologies.
Afternoon. Apologies for keeping you here longer. My name is Divya Shiv, and I'm the Senior Policy Advocate of Behavioral Health at the California Alliance of Child and Family Services. I just want to second Commissioner Larson on the point about the proposed change to the Medi-Cal community-based mobile crisis services. And as the January budget does eliminate this benefit and shifts this benefit from a statewide mandatory benefit to a county optional benefit, which similarly, as you addressed, Commissioner, we are really concerned that this will cause counties to stop providing this life-saving service as they are unable to bear the financial responsibility of the non-federal share of the Medi-Cal benefit cost. So I just wanted to bring that up and second what the Commissioner already said. And we are also gravely concerned about the impacts that H.R. 1 will cause for children and families, given that the governor's January budget largely maintains the status quo as it relates to H.R. 1. And we are deeply concerned about how we as a state can ensure that Medi-Cal continues to provide these life-saving behavioral health services in the face of these devastating cuts. And we look forward to working with the Commission on addressing these challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our last comment is from Sarai.
Hi everyone, Sarai again, she, her pronouns. I'm one of the interns with Safe Passages, which is one of the CRDP projects. I wanted to thank you all again for all the work that you do and for y'all's commitment to listening and implementing public feedback. It does not go unnoticed. This is just kind of like an FYI, I'll just keep it short. So we're going to be co-sponsoring a bill to continue to sustain funding for the CRDP. And the CRDP, for those that don't know, is the California Reducing Disparities Project, which is a project that consists of over 30 agencies and organizations across the state that specifically serve BIPOC and LGBTQ plus communities. And so we're really concerned that funding for the project is going to be cut, and we're really concerned about the impacts that that could have. And so we're hoping that once the bill is introduced, that we can count on y'all's support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last comment.
Thank you, and again, pardon my preliminary enthusiasm about sending you all to dinner. Okay. Again, commissioners and members of the public, we couldn't do this without you. Thank you so much. Your comments and responses, your feedback help make us, your commission, better, and it is your commission. Thank you those who are here in person and those who are present virtually. To all the staff who did the great work for the first part of the day, thank you very, very much. We appreciate you all. And then again, to you, commissioners, I look forward to, again, seeing you all tomorrow here at a few minutes before 9 as we lean into what I think will be a great day. In the meantime, I invite everyone, members of the public, stakeholders and staff, and commissioners to join us at a get-together at Urban Roots at 5 p.m. If you can make it, Urban Roots. And I apologize, the chair apologizes, I can't make it. But you all, somebody will have to eat my portion of the food, okay? And have my portion of the fun. But I'll see you here tomorrow at Urban Roots at 1322 V Street in Sacramento, less than a mile from here. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. And for those of you who are going to be there later today at 5 p.m., be safe, walk briskly and safely, have a great evening. And with that, I will now, we don't have to take a motion on, I will now adjourn the meeting. Thank you once again to everyone who participated today.